And I'd like to call this meeting of the Minnesota Board of Animal Health to order. Notice of the meeting has been circulated to the proper sources. We are meeting remotely. I have people meeting remotely. We have two members of the board, Dr. Jessica Fox, remotely, as well as Ms. Erica Sawatsky, who is on a Zoom call with us. And so we have three of our board members present in person and two that are going to be approval of minutes from the April 21st meeting. Is there a motion to approve the minutes from the April 21st meeting? Is there a motion made? Second? Mr. Jim Bott seconds that motion. I will call a roll call vote, being we don't have everybody in place. Erica Sawatsky.
Aye.
Dr. Jessica Fox.
Yep, I'm here.
Okay. And Dr. Hawkins.
Yeah.
Lots. Now I'll vote aye. Approval of the agenda that we have presented before us. Very long agenda. We have it timed out, so we hope to be able to move through things in a time frame that's being allocated. Is there a motion to approve the agenda as presented? Mr. Jim Botts moves. Dr. Hawkins.
I second.
She seconds it. Any discussion? Seeing none, we'll proceed to vote. Dr. Jessica Fox, aye.
Aye.
Erica Sawatsky,
Aye.
Dr. Hawkins,
Aye.
Jim Botts, aye. And Compart is an aye. So, okay, I guess
We're trying to make decisions, the best decisions we can. And those decisions, when it comes to infectious disease, don't just stay with us. We share those kinds of risks at a community level, which requires different kinds of conversations.
We're talking about vaccines.
sorry. Okay.
Sounds somewhat related.
Yeah, right. Kind of felt right at home here. So it's 9:35. We have first up on the docket is Scott D. Dr. D is with the Pipestone system, and he's here to discuss with us PRRS study that they've been working on. And the floor is all yours, Dr. D.
Thank you very much. Hopefully I'm magnifying enough for those off campus. I'm not holding a microphone, I'm relying on the center one. If I need one, let me know. But first of all, thank you for a few minutes in your busy day. This is a conversation I've had with Dr. Thompson. Dr. Thompson and I are good friends. She's been part of our research group, kind of an adjunct member of our research group for a long time. I ask her questions and tell her crazy ideas and get her opinions. So if I'm going to put viruses in totes of feed and drive them around the United States on a trailer, I usually call her first to see what she thinks about that idea, and if she has some guidance on how to cross the T's and dot the I's, right? So she's been a great advocate for our research program. I can't thank her enough for her friendship. And I think we've learned a lot from these experiments. So this is the same story. This was our attempt to try to understand more about this new variant of PRRS virus, PRRS 144L1C. And so this is the first time anyone has seen this information. We're actually analyzing it in real time. We're scheduled to present it at Lehman on the closing session on Tuesday at noon. So it's really kind of the university to give us some time. But with the national crisis that this virus has caused, we thought we should do something at Pipestone, and I called Beth and told her we're thinking about doing this, and she said, excellent, go for it. And so this is a way to say thank you and also to share with you what we've learned so far. Okay? And so there's our title, and this is a collaboration between our group and Behringer. Let's tell the story. First, the team. There you can see the people involved. This was a a fairly large study that's put together in a very short period of time. So we had members of our research group, we had Bering Ingelheim, a lot of help from Iowa State University where all the diagnostics were conducted, and then Eric Nelson from South Dakota State who helped us organize our challenge virus. And then a big thank you to the university for the layman conference opportunity. Because as soon as I saw what was coming out of this, I called Muncie and said, hey, we think we have a story to tell. Could you find us a little time? And the program had already been planned. And he said, well, I'll talk to Caesar and we'll go see what we can do. And next day she called and we got the closing session on Tuesday. So, all right, here we go. So here's the situation, if in case you're not aware what was happening. PRRS virus 144 had emerged. The industry was basically in total panic mode. I'd never seen the swine industry in this chaotic state of mind. Observations from the field consistently reported from practitioners and producers. This is the worst strain of PRRS virus ever. Never seen anything like it before. Vaccines don't work anymore. Just quit. Biosecurity protocols are ineffective. We can't keep this virus out of our farms. And we're getting summer infections, which is quite rare for PRRS virus, as you know, in regions of very low density, obviously, as well as high density. So these were a couple of different observations. This was happening in the summer, and farms, for example, in our company that were way out in western South Dakota were getting infected without any pigs around. And people were giving up. This is what was concerning to us, not only our team, but across the industry in general. People were just kind of throwing up their hands. And so we thought we needed to do something. And if you know Joel Nerum, he's a great leader. He's our chief veterinary officer. And Joel basically told us, we need answers. Let's do a study. Let's share the results. Let's get something out there. Share it with the entire industry, total transparency, what we learned. So everybody can have the information and we can move forward. So that's Joel. So with that challenge, I sat down with our biostatistician, Roy Edler, and our research coordinator, Dan Hansen, and said, Dan, do we got any empty space in any of our research barns? How many rooms and how much time? And it's all like the stars were coming together because our research barns run full speed. We had space. We had space in July through September, 4 rooms for a 62-day period in our BSL2 facility. And we had 2 weeks in one of our full-size research barns. We call it Research Barn 3. So we had a whole bunch of space. At this particular time, we wanted to do something. So we started designing the study around the space. And that's one of the limitations you'll see. But we did have an opportunity to jump right in and start thinking about what we wanted to do. And so first of all, we went and we found a very good example of this virus. We went to 2 different cases within our company, found some PRRS virus 144 L1C, did whole genome sequencing, basically realized they were the same thing, started propagating the virus at South Dakota State in Eric Nelson's lab. And then we ran this whole thing through our internal animal care committee. We've got an animal care use committee that I chair at Pipestone, and we had an immediate meeting, and the committee reviewed the proposal and gave us a thumbs up. So we had Aya Cook approval for this project. So this happened in about a day, okay? So since Joel made the call, now we're gonna call Beringer. Beringer's one of our partners in research. We said, hey, is this something we can do together? Can we help this? Can you bring some resources? Can you bring some money to us? Can we cost share this thing? So the Beringer group got right to us within a day. We're sitting there having a conversation about this project. So now it's like we're in like day 2. And then we started talking to Muncie. Said, hey, we're gonna think about doing something. Keep us in mind. So just kind of get things rolling. Now, the research questions that I used to develop the study are based on field observations. This is the best kind of experiment you can do. What are the producers seeing? What are the practitioners seeing? What are their concerns? And so I designed it across these 3 primary observations that I highlighted a minute ago It's the worst strain of PRRS ever. Okay, so we designed a study, we'll call it a pathogenicity study, looking at the virus 144 compared to the probably the most recent representative, highly pathogenic strain that's been plaguing us for about 6 to 8 years, 174. Okay, let's compare in unvaccinated naive pigs using a cedar pig model. Let's measure 144 against 174. So let's start a controlled infection in our BSL-2, and let's start collecting data. You see gain, mortality, clinical, viral load, fever, number of treatments. So that's project number 1. Is this virus 144 really different than 174? Okay. Question 2 or observation 2 is vaccines still working? Well, let's do a vaccine challenge study. Let's take 2 modified live vaccines, Boehringer vaccine and the Elanco vaccine. Let's vaccinate pigs. Let's challenge using the cedar pig challenge model again. And of course, we'll have a non-vaccinated control group. Let's just see how pigs vaccinated with modified live vaccines perform to those that aren't. Do the vaccines really not work against this virus? Time of questions. Biosecurity protocols are effective was the observation, number 3. So we ran a series of pilot studies. Now this is one of the limitations. These are smaller projects. They're not designed to predict frequency. They're designed to answer yes or no, is the virus dead or alive? Do the protocols work at killing the virus or stopping the virus transmission? Basically binary yes, no. Let's look at these routes of transmission. Feed. I've identified that with 174, you could move the PRRS virus through the feed. Does this behave the same way? Is this one possible way this virus is moving in the landscape that we don't really pay attention to? I'll tell you how we did that. Basically, we took feed, we spiked it with virus, let it sit for 24 hours, and we fed it to pigs. Let it be. Real simple. Personnel and fomites. If you remember a lot of the work I did at the University of Minnesota, I showed that if you have a person with boots and coveralls and hands that are contaminated with the virus, you can find the virus in those spots, and that person can walk that virus into a group of negative pigs and infect those pigs. Very simple. Let's see if that's the same. 144. Aerosols. We did a lot of work when I was at the university on aerosols. Do pigs generate aerosols with this virus, 144? Does it live in the pit for a longer period of time than what was published? Historically, out to day 11, day 14, post-inoculation, PRRS can be found in slurry. After that, not the case. Let's just check a little longer. Let's go up a peck, see if it lives in slurry for 21 days. And then a feed truck transport model. I'll explain in a little more detail. I'll show you pictures of this. Could a contaminated feed truck be a way that this virus is moving long distances over short periods? So pause on that. So I want to give kids more details for you in the next slide. Now prevention, let's see if feed mitigants work. They work against 174, for example, Guardian, which is an organic acid mitigant, or Salcurb, which is a formaldehyde-based mitigant. We know those mitigants work great in the feed against 174. Do they work against 144? How about our commonly used disinfectants on farms? Ag Forte Pro, Synergize. Is there something about this virus that won't allow it to be disinfected? How about filters? If the pigs make aerosols, do the filters reduce passage of the virus through the air? And then if you get contaminated working with a pen of pigs, does a shower in, shower out, gluten clothes change still function effectively as it used to, as we showed long, long ago? Okay? Now, on to the quick question, or a little more detail on this transport model. So Joel Nierim and I had a theory. We know from the work we've done with feed that viruses survive very well in soybean meal. It's amazing how well viruses like PRRS, like ASF, like foot and mouth, like Seneca, PED, classical swine fever, live in soy. We've published that many, many days of survival. What if the soybean meal gets contaminated with PRRS? Let's say something happened at the plant and there's contaminated soy. And a producer goes to pick up a load of soybean meal from the processing plant. He or she takes it to their mill, dumps it off, and backhauls a load of complete feed, which was happening a lot, especially during the COVID crisis because people were trying to save money. We noticed that behavior, that for that reason, when we asked the question, that backhauling was happening. So within a short period of time, if you had contaminated meal, could you contaminate your truck and then empty out the meal, fill that back up again at the mill with complete feed and bring it to your farm and feed it to your pigs? Could that happen? So we set this up in a little model. You can see we had a couple little model trucks. They each held about 1 kilogram of feed. We took soy, we spiked it with virus, we put it in the truck, we let it sit for 1 hour, kind of simulating the producer picking up the load of soy, driving it to the mill. Then they dump off the soy at the mill, they backhaul the complete feed, and they feed it to the pigs. So we tried to reproduce that with a very basic small scale model, but is it even possible? Let's see. Collecting air, we have these Bobcat samplers. You can kind of see one here and one outside the fan. Collecting air samples from rooms of infected pigs, as well as outside that filtered air. That fan there, filtered air is being discharged from that facility. It's a MERV 14 Camphil filter to be specific. Could we find virus inside or outside? All right. Any questions on kind of what we're doing, why we're doing it, and how we're setting it up? Make sense? All right. So this is the pathogenicity and vaccine efficacy post-challenge in the direct contact controls. So we had cedar pigs that were inoculated with the virus. They were commingled with pigs that we call direct contacts, nose to nose, mixed in the same pen. So we're measuring here what happened to those direct contact controls during the 35 days post-challenge, okay? So here we've got the metrics, average daily gain, percent mortality, number of treatments. We're comparing the vaccinated pigs, either vaccine A or vaccine B. How did those pigs perform when they were challenged? Versus our non-vaccinated controls, 144, as it compares to 174. Okay? So here's what you see. The vaccine groups, both vaccine groups, basically perform the same way. If you read down here. So average daily gain, mortality, number of medications. Compared to the non-vaccinated controls, significantly lower average daily gain. Significantly different in the case of 174, mortality. Look at that 174 mortality compared to the 144. And look at the treatment numbers of non-vaccinated to vaccinated. So you start to get a little feeling here that maybe these vaccines are working pretty good. And maybe this virus isn't much different than 174, but let's see. Here's serum viral load. One of the thoughts was, well, this virus has produced so much virus in the bodies of the pigs. That's one of the reasons why everything's kind of falling apart. So here we've got the same kind of a slide, days post-challenge, direct contacts, vaccine A pigs, vaccine B pigs, and then the non-vaccinates by virus type. And what's interesting is about day 14 to 21 post-challenge, you start to see viral loads 10 to the 8 times 10 to the 4, 5 times 10 to the 4, 2 times 10 to the 6, 3 times 10 to the 4. Get out here, you start to see a little bit higher number. But here, look at this 174. Look at the viral loads at day 14 post-inoculation. Basically 6 times 10 to the 7. This is RNA copies per mil. So this is, well, hi. How are you? You snuck in. Good to see you. So we start to see some significant differences between the viral loads of these pigs by group. We see lower loads in vaccinated pigs. We see higher loads in non-vaccinated pigs, especially the 174. Okay, a lot of numbers there, but as I'm drilling down on day 14 to 21, look at that interesting set of data there.
So Dr. D, quick
Mhm.
question. Go
Yeah.
back. What happens on day 28 there?
Things are quieting down.
And then they pick back up on day 35 for the 1.4.
Well, there's no significant difference by group, so they're all basically the same. There's maybe a numerical difference, but things are kind of quieting down. You're getting through your clinical period of PRRS. One thing I'm able to show you today, we'll show a layman. We did a lot of clinical scoring through some really interesting sound talks devices, actually measuring the coughing and the rheums. At about day 14 to 21, the coughing index just went like this and then quiets down. So it's a really, if I had that to show you today, it'd make more sense. I'll show that at layman, we just don't have a graph ready for you. But there's a very clear picture, a very clear window, day 14 to 21, post-inoculation. But these pigs are really, really sick.
My question has to do with treatments,
Yeah.
and
I'll go
we've
back.
dealt with this in nursery and finishing, and it seems like you use some of the common drugs to treat sick pigs, and it's almost like it's worse. Is that, I mean, it's like, I don't know if we've cleaned them up, and now all of a sudden we've taken out all the good and the bad bugs. Does that make any sense?
Imagine the sensitivity testing, the antibiotic matches the bacteria, right? So it's an effective antibiotic, first of all, based on the diagnostic data. But your point about making it worse, one of the old things we did long ago when I was at the university, we showed this virus could move by needles. So if we had infected pigs and non-infected pigs and we vaccinated them or treated them for some reason, we could spread that virus through just moving the needle from pig to pig. So that could be happening too. And you might have some positive pigs and negative pigs in your population gene, and you're just kind of moving around. That's one way.
Kind of what we were seeing is that it's just like they are not responding to the treatment. And pigs that maybe didn't look like they quite needed to be treated seemed like they kind of kept about the same, and these other pigs that were sicker, just like they hit bottom and they just stayed at the bottom for maybe a week to 10 days, and maybe this is 14 to 21 days.
Yeah, you're in that period, your viral load is so high, and the pig, the apoptosis or the cell damage is happening at such a high level. But that's typical for PRRS in general. All the strains behave that way. There could be some explanations. So here's, we worked with Dr. Chris Seeker from Iowa State, and he came and did some lung scoring. And this just shows you microscopically the degree of damage that this virus does, these viruses do. So here's a 174 lung, so this is a microscopic view of a piece of lung tissue. And here's a 144. So Dr. Seeker this is grade 3, this is a grade 4, meaning it's a little bit worse on this side, but you kind of see interstitial pneumonia. There's very little airspace left for these lungs to function. Necrotic pulmonary alveolar macrophages, so the macrophages of the lungs aren't working, and then you've got this paravascular cuffing. So these are really, really sick pigs. One of the reasons why it's hard for them to recover. But it doesn't appear that the 144 pigs are any worse. They might be even better than the 174. Again, on a small study. The biosecurity, now we're kind of going into phase 3. Biosecurity doesn't work anymore. Well, let's see what we learned. So we learned with the 2 disinfectants we tested, both of them neutralized the virus after 60 minutes of contact. It was on concrete floor, worst case scenario. Both viruses were still alive in 30 minutes. But it takes time for these disinfectants to work. You simply can't pour them on there and wash them off. They need time to contact. But they both work after an hour. Contaminated feed, we showed when we fed these pigs feed that was spiked with 144 after 24-hour holding time, pigs very quickly became infected. This was a very efficient way to move this virus. We did it several times to kind of just make sure it wasn't an N of one. And every time we fed contaminated feed to these pigs, they were infected. And then again, we use natural feeding behavior. We put it in their feeder and let them eat it up. We didn't force it down the throat. And both mitigants work.
Of course, I'm late to a conversation about professionalism. You know.
Sorry.
Yeah, you sound pretty professional to me.
Okay. I hope I'm not pissing somebody off. I did that every once in a while to you, didn't I?
No, you can go ahead and proceed.
Okay, thanks. Both feed mitigants worked. So when we took feed that was treated with a mitigant, we spiked it, we held it for 24 hours, same approach, fed it, those pigs remained free. Feed transport, in that little truck model, we showed that we could transmit virus that way. We fed that virus to pigs after it had been fed feed to pigs. That had been through that backhauling model. And the 2 times we did it, which again is only 2, but both times pigs got affected. And survival in slurry, 14 days, but not 21. So kind of similar to what we've seen in the past. Contaminated fomites, yeah, sure. If I went to an infected pen and I walked right into a non-infected pen, I'd move the virus very easily on my boots and coveralls, my hands, and I found it every time I went, just like we had before. But if I took a shower and changed my boots and coveralls, I could walk right into the pen of pigs after that intervention, as you'd expect. Filtration, yes. Pigs generated aerosol, positive aerosols, but it didn't spread through the filter. So we found positive aerosols in the rooms. We never found positive air samples passing through the filter. So, put it in perspective, this had some strengths and limitations. We had one goal, that was to serve the industry. We worked together in a very efficient process. We're sharing the data, we're starting today. We'll be sharing the data at Heyman, we're sharing it at Iowa State. We'll take it anywhere we want to take it, because this is coming into fall with bird season coming. Everybody's got to know what's going on. And I think one of the strengths was that the research questions were based on field observations that producers and practitioners are making. Limitations, as you can tell, small sample sizes. We only had 75 pigs in the group, for example, which is not too bad. Limited replications. We didn't really design this to see if vaccine A was better than vaccine B. We were simply looking at vaccination, yes or no. We didn't design this to measure frequency of events. How often does feed transmission occur? We basically just wanted to see, does it or not? And then do these interventions, yes or no, stop that virus. So those are important caveats to this limitations of the study. It just simply wasn't big enough, or we had not enough time to do something that large. But under the conditions of the study, yes, sir.
We have a question from board member Dr. Fox.
Oh, hi.
Dr. Fox, you can unmute and ask your question.
Hey, Dr. D. I could have waited till you finished up here too. Sorry. I was just wondering, when you did the feed work in this particular study, was this during cool times of the year as well, or was this with a little bit warmer temperatures? I'm just thinking about the feed study you did in the past.
Yes, good question. This was done in August, Jessica.
Great, thank you.
Did it in the heat of the moment. Good point. Thanks for bringing that up. So, we under the conditions of the study, right? The study has its strengths and limitations, but based on the data that I showed you today, and the big data set that we've evaluated, 174 was more pathogenic than 144. Higher viral loads, more, it was 174 is a rough virus, MLV vaccines worked, so we got to keep using them. Aerosols and feeds are risk factors for this virus that maybe should be paid more attention to when biosecurity plans are being critiqued or developed. And one of the things we want to tell the industry is don't give up. Keep fighting. You know, follow the rules. You got protocols that work. Don't give up. Keep the faith. Just keep blocking and tackling, as they say. So this was our attempt to try to produce a rapid response to generate information that could be immediately shared and people could make decisions on what they want to do for their farms or how they want to handle their clients' 144 situations. So again, I appreciate the time and happy to answer any more questions you may have. Dave.
Dr. D, question on, we're getting into PRRS season, we're also getting into NERD application season. With it being alive for 14 days, are there some management things that you're recommending to clients as they look at again, coming into the next several weeks here?
Yeah, so I think that what I'm getting from this is no different than any other purge virus in the pit. It lives for a short period of time, but to your point, if the stars align and there's a lot of it there when the actual activity occurs, it could be a route. I think it's a very real route for the virus to move around, especially if you're under a filtered barn and you open up that pit cover and all that air comes flying through the pit cover and right up into the pigs. So what we've done in Pipestone for that is we've used those little pumps. We never open the, I can't remember what they're called. We don't open the pit covers anymore. We agitate continuously throughout the year. And then we pull out the slurry without ever opening the top. And we have our own hose and pump and everything on each farm. So there's no truck coming on site, right on site. It actually parks up away and we just run the equipment to them. Just to kind of reduce the potential for the vehicle to drive the virus on the farm. And then by not opening, the maxi pumps are gone. By not opening the lid, it takes the air risk away. But that's a tough one.
How about on a finisher? Is there anything that's really workable there?
Not much really on finisher. I'm talking cell farms, you're right. So I think, can there be sanitation practices applied to the trucks? One way, organizing loads. If I'm going to a known positive barn, I stay away from my sow farm with that, kind of thinking ahead and how that might be organized. But it's, yeah, as you say, it's a lot tougher on a finishing farm. Just like trailers, washing trailers on finishers is a challenge. So,
I have a question probably for Jerry that might, it's like the quantitative work that's been done on, say, sow farms that break, and you hear incredibly high or very low cycle times to find it. Do you see that being different with 144 compared to 174 before, or not really?
Yeah, so Jerry Torrison with the Veterinary Diagnostic Lab. So first of all, Scott, really nice work, and it's very important to get this out there, so I appreciate you presenting it. It's a little different from what we've been observing from the diagnostic lab standpoint, in that the severity of the lesions that we see overall appear to have been worse with the new virus than what we've traditionally seen with the 174. And so sort of on the broad field scheme, our pathologists have been really impressed by the damage that this virus does in the lungs in particular, but also other organs. And so, as Scott indicated, this is the first step, right? This is a small study that is, certainly beginning to show some data, but similarly, so you mentioned the CT values, which is a measure of the viral load in samples that we get. And so a low CT value means it's a very high concentration of virus. And we've seen some fairly historic low CT values indicating a high viral load. And so we have to put it all together with, as Scott knows better than anyone, the challenges of doing experimental work with PRRS is that PRRS always misbehaves in an experiment, and we have to tie that together with the field stuff. So, this is, again, valuable information in a number of different ways. I think, not to put words in Scott's mouth, but he said it already, it's not necessarily a wholly different virus than what we had before, but we're still seeing different things in the field that we have to try and understand. So does that answer your question?
CT is a good point. We've got all the CT data. I like to look at viral load quantities of virus, but that's a quantitative measure. The CT is semi-quantitative. We can go back, we'll go back and analyze statistically our CT values.
That'd be an interesting comparison, yeah.
Yeah, that'd be very interesting. I think the main message here is, independent of whether this virus is worse or not, is just don't give up. There's all sorts of things you can do, and I think people have gotten a little lazy. You know, it's been a while since we've had a big 174. That's like 6-some years ago.
Yeah.
I think people have kind of taken a little usually approach to biosecurity. And maybe they're not following all the rules like they used to as strictly as they can. So that's just a challenge to those out there saying, are you really doing what you need to do? Or have you changed anything? Have you cut your dose on your vaccines? Have you cut your washing of your trailers? Have you done anything that could potentially give this virus a little extra foothold into your operation? That's some of the message of this is we don't really think it's any different than any other strain we've ever dealt with. They come around every 6 years, they blow the place away, everyone gets crazy, but when you really try to look at it, it doesn't appear to be that different, unless there's a particular pathological evaluation that the marker is talked about.
So Dr. D, Dr. Torrison, how far and wide has this virus gone so far?
We have an epidemiologist on our staff now named Dr. Karen Hoefs. You might know Karen, really quantitative epidemiologist. She did a large study of our farms that have become infected. We had 10 of our 70-some sow farms. I think we had 10 cases of PRRS. There were a few 144s, a whole bunch of 174s, and an oddball. So it wasn't all 144s. The other point is, in farms that filtered and had feed mitigants, they had a 95% less likelihood of breaking, looking at risk assessment. She had never seen that powerful of a impact on an analysis by combining those two multivariate distributions. So she kind of puts this in perspective from the big picture, and this, I think, supports some of her observations. It's not all 144. And there are certain things that appear to be highly protective. But there are things, as you deem, not everybody pays attention to feed. Not everybody believes it's a vehicle for viruses to move around. You know, not everybody filters, not everybody can do that. But having those two, along with the good basic transport, person, and all the good stuff we know about biosecurity, those farms had a 95% less chance of becoming infected. That's pretty powerful.
Question on modified live and how long you had that modified live vaccine in the pigs prior to them becoming infected?
28 days. We followed label. Yeah. Beringer was one, and Prevacent, I think was called. They both behave the same. We've seen that in other trials we've done. They're both very good.
We have to make sure we don't get the pigs infected before.
Yeah, I mean, there's takes time for immunity to develop, so it's a lengthy immune process for this virus, unfortunately. So there could be that case, you're right, where you vaccinated and you tried your best, but you got infected before the pigs got infected. Yeah, that certainly could be a variable.
Any other questions?
I would just go back to Beth's question about where the 144 specifically has been, or the L1C, as we're trying to get people to talk about it, which is a lineage designation rather than an RFLP, but not to get into weeds, but it's really been primarily focused in Minnesota and northern Iowa. And so it's been picked up in a couple other states, but over the course, starting way last fall and then the spring and continuing a little bit into the summer, it's really been focused in our region rather than as a national issue. I haven't heard of any in Canada, do you?
Oh,
yeah.
But we did have some in western South Florida.
Right, yeah.
And that's where the idea for the feed transport truck could be a vehicle, literally, to move the virus around with this backhaul. behavior, which I think was a new behavior. And producers started doing because of the economic strains of the COVID situation. So easy fix there is don't do it. But
Western South Dakota or East?
Western.
You have to annex the whole state now?
Yeah. No, it was, we have quite a few farms out there. They're very isolated and they're filtered in the whole 9 yards.
Really?
And some of them still grow. Yeah. So it moves around. It just moves around a little differently.
Any other questions for Dr. D? It's always great to listen to what you have and what you guys discover, and it's been very valuable to the whole industry, and to step up and do what you did, the time frame you did it was huge. So appreciate that, that's for sure.
Thanks a lot for the time, and I'll move on. Hope you have a very good remainder of the meeting.
Okay, thank you.
See you. Yeah, congratulations. We used to work together a lot. At admissions.
Okay, thanks, Jerry. Thank you. You bet. Thank you.
See you later.
I failed to, procedure-wise, Michael, you want to, in case anybody's jumped in, explain if they want to, communicate with us, let us know, or...
Yeah, if you want to ask a question, you can use the raise your hand feature, and then I'll alert the speaker. Otherwise, you can always type your questions in the chat as well.
Okay, thank you. All right, we're running just a little behind, but we're at the 10 o'clock presentation, College of Veterinary Medicine update. Dr. Laura Molgaard, welcome.
Thank you. Thanks. It's great to be here. I'm actually in Sleepy Eye for a different reason today, so I'm just here briefly. Just kind of a happy coincidence that your meeting is in the same place I was traveling to today anyway. So visiting a couple of swine groups. So for those of you who haven't met me, my name is Laura Molgaard. I'm the Dean at the University of Minnesota College of Veterinary Medicine. I'm just going to share with you a brief update about happenings around the college. So this is the time of year where we welcome our new class. This is the class of 2025. You can see some of our orientation team building activities that happened not that long ago, right before Labor Day. And our curriculum has evolved. We've learned a lot from the experience of having to be hybrid last year with the pandemic, and some of that we've decided to move forward with or without the pandemic, that the students and the faculty really like the more flexible approach of using our face-to-face time for hands-on learning and small group interaction, and then using technology for the rest. It creates more flexibility for everybody. Our class profile is pretty similar to other veterinary schools. We have 105, 106 students in a typical year. We've really focused on keeping tuition down in recent years. Our tuition had reached too high of a level. That's not unusual for veterinary schools, but we're kind of comparatively high. And so we've intentionally been investing in keeping those tuition increases down. We know that high debt is a stressor for students, but it's probably more importantly a stressor for alumni who then have to manage that debt. And we've really been pretty successful of holding those increases at less than 1 and holding it flat for the last 2 years in order to try to address this trend. And you can see how we've really, while higher education costs have continued to skyrocket, we've kind of bucked that trend. We are, again, comparatively high, both in non-resident and resident tuition, and we worry about the impact that could have on recruitment as well as the impact on the students and the alumni. SDSU is our new partner, and they welcomed 20 new students. I was a part of that welcome a few weeks ago. Those 20 new students started at Brookings. They will be joining the class that we just admitted, Minnesota, in 2023. And the ultimate goal of this is to increase the number of rural and rural mixed practitioners to serve South Dakota and the upper Midwest. Around the campus at the University of Minnesota, you may be aware that there has been a mask mandate reinstated and a vaccine attestation requirement for employees and a vaccine, proof of vaccination for students. That predated the recent Biden administration change, and so it may change again, but that's where we stand right now. But there haven't been any problems at all on campus. Our students have just gone with the program, both at the vet school and around the university. It's been smooth sailing. I think students are just so happy to be back in person that they're willing to do what it takes. On the research front, our research faculty have been extremely productive. Some of our faculty who don't have diagnostic responsibilities have had maybe more time to commit to writing grants and publishing, writing manuscripts, publishing their results. And so we've seen strong research productivity. One of the challenges that the college has faced in over the last few months and that is coming into play here today is the suspension of some research testing of drinker swab samples at the Veterinary Research Lab at McBrock. And there's a lot of hypotheses for what the drivers were, but I'm here to tell you that it's just really pretty boring. This is about a university audit. The university audit team does some scans and particularly focuses on areas where there is a lot of volume, and this laboratory had increased its volume of sample testing dramatically over the years. And the fact that it was a fee-for-service test also kind of focused the attention of the auditors on this. And so they have set a bar that we are going to need to meet to be able to reinstate that testing. It's not very exciting. It's really about laboratory data management that they are taking issue with, and that team is working to address those issues, and the college is working to support that team to address those issues. But as we said in a call with some of the poultry folks last week, the university looks at a 2-year mark as sort of a very bright line, and the fact that this had exceeded that 2-year mark is why we had to take action to suspend the testing. So we are working with the industry to find alternatives while we also work hard to get this back up and running, but we don't have a timeline for that. In other news, the state funding for research continues. The LCCMR funding, our faculty were successful in getting grants for some chronic wasting disease research, looking at the behavior of prions that cause chronic wasting disease in the environment, and then some other research around antimicrobial residues in the environment. Yes?
There's a question from Sarah Anderson on the phone. Sarah Anderson, if you'd like to unmute.
I can wait till after the presentation.
Okay. In the Veterinary Medical Center, we've had, like other veterinary practices around the state and around the country, other veterinary teaching hospitals around the country, we've seen record case volumes and a real challenge with recruiting and retaining paraprofessionals, veterinary technicians in particular. So that creates kind of a perfect storm. Just as you've heard in the news that sometimes the ICUs that serve people have reached capacity and have needed to shut down and send patients elsewhere, we reach that circumstance much more often than we would like to, as do other practices that see emergency cases. In our case, it's not related to COVID cases, but it's just due to sheer volume. And when the ICU is full, we have to turn patients away, which is very, very hard on our teams. The MVMA is helping us host a summit that is, I believe, on September 30th, the Zoom summit, where we're going to be having a conversation with our colleagues from around the Twin Cities about how we can maximize our collaboration together to make this work for those clients and those animals. And then I won't go through these details, but I'll mention that there is an infographic on our website under the Veterinary Medical Center that talks about what our Veterinary Medical Center does, what kind of cases it sees, the specialists that are involved in that case delivery, and then some kind of fun facts for clients about things like the breeds and the names of those patients. And you can find that at the Veterinary Medical Center website under About and Impact. That's it. Happy to take a question or questions.
Okay, I think we'll go ahead and, you said Sarah Anderson? Go ahead.
Sarah, if you'd like to unmute.
Mr. Chair, and Dean Molgaard, as I communicated to you this morning via email, your email that just arrived this morning, actually, Executive Director for the Minnesota Turkey Association, we were not notified that this was going to happen at all. I found out secondhand through folks that are within the industry that received word that this was going to happen. And I think our biggest concern, both for the university in taking this action as well as for the Board of Animal Health, is the fact that we weren't notified about this. We're entering one of our seasons that is a likelihood of having a disease outbreak. This is the time where we're most vulnerable, both in the spring and in the fall, and feel that this action, as you put it, as not being very exciting, is exciting in the most way, in the fact that it is putting us at a jeopardy in making sure that we can mitigate any risks of disease spread for this. So, as I mentioned in my email to you this morning, I think that there needs to be a greater conversation around this. I'm looking forward to the dates that you have available for that conversation over the next 2 weeks. But I will just say that in talking to my folks as part of the turkey industry, just really disappointed about the process behind this, the lack of communication, and what this means and the jeopardy that it places our flocks here in the state of Minnesota.
Yeah, thanks for that question. I'm sorry, I haven't had a chance to see your email because I was driving here. But yeah, I welcome an opportunity to talk with you and any others who need more information, and I sincerely apologize for the lack of transparency around this and the really unfortunate timing of this. I understand, and I'm sorry if I indicated any cavalier attitude. I wanted to indicate that the internal auditor's reasons may not be very compelling to people who aren't auditors. It does not in any way indicate a lack of understanding of the college of the importance of this testing and the really, again, unfortunate timing of this happening during the fall migration and the rapid pivot that's necessitating for folks who don't need that right now. So we are committed to, again, better understanding how we can work more effectively together, and we're working with Dr. Cardona to understand what that team needs for additional support to be able to get across the finish line. That team made great progress over that period of time. It just wasn't enough to meet the bar for the auditors. But yeah, I'll respond to your email here yet today, and we'll find a time to connect.
Okay. Looks like we have another question.
A question from Marissa Stadniski in the chat on the same topic. What alternative testing options has the university been working on with industry to fill the testing and research void?
So again, the pivot was very fast. It did not give us the time that we would have liked to be more ready to address that challenge, but when we needed to make that decision, I reached out to Jerry Torrison to understand what it would take for MPTL to help provide some avenues, and I understand there are other avenues that the industry may choose to use, and we absolutely respect that, but the Minnesota and learning from folks like you what you need so that we can see how we can address that. Do you want to say anything more about that, Jerry?
Sure, I can. So from a regulatory standpoint, because this is a reportable disease, for us at the VDL or MPTL to run this test, it requires a deviation from USDA because it's an official test. We've had that deviation for a few years, and so have the approval and the capability of running the test. The challenge, as everybody involved is well aware, is that our schedule and pricing isn't the same as the schedule and pricing that had been available from McRock, and so it's more the convenience and price than the availability of the service that is the concern, I think, that is primary among people's opinions here.
Thank you.
Another question?
Sarah Anderson has her hand raised again.
Okay, Sarah, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I won't belabor this any further. I just want to raise this one issue. We did have the VDL meeting here this last week, and I was intentional in my question to Dr. Torrison about the staffing that they have available at VDL. He was with the legislative appropriation, got into the issue of capabilities. And so, you know, I think that there is a concern about if there is the wherewithal within that facility to be able to handle a major outbreak if there were to happen. So we had the conversation about what happened in 2015 and, you know, a 2-month time period, Dr. Torrison, I don't want to put words in your mouth, you said was feasible for your staffing, but you would be concerned if it went to a 5-month, and you referred to the 2015 disease outbreak. But so I do have concerns about just being able to handle that kind of volume and what that would mean and the impact it would have for disease mitigation here in the state.
Another question?
Michelle Crom has her hand up.
Go ahead, Michelle.
Thank you, Michael. Yeah, and I guess I am going to belabor the point. And Dean Molgaard, I appreciate your comments and bringing up this contentious issue in this format, and apologize that I wasn't able to be there in person. But I also think it's really important to share the details that this was an industry-funded surveillance program that was meant to have early detection of disease, to minimize the health and welfare impacts not only on our flocks, but then obviously we all experienced in 2015 the astronomical financial impact to USDA. And I don't know exactly how the board was impacted, but I'm assuming there was some financial impact to the board as well. And I guess from an industry standpoint, you know, we obviously had business hits during 2015 as well, and, you know, totally think that the investment each spring and fall is worth it to protect the business. But I do think there's responsibilities here from the industry standpoint to be responsible with taxpayer money as well. And I do think discontinuing this, if we can't find a just-in-time, reasonable fee-for-service option here, does put us at risk of not having early enough detections and having to spend more money than necessary in dealing with future outbreaks as with regards to notifiable influenza. And Jerry, per your comments around around this being a reportable disease. I totally agree. As far as I know, Dean Molgaard, I know that, with internal audit, there was some questionings about reporting through McRock and what the requirements are or are not, seem to have kind of ebbed and flowed over time. But from an industry standpoint, and anybody at the board can correct me if I'm wrong, there was not any issues with notifiable influenza being brought to the attention of the board. Regardless of the role of McRock in reporting or not reporting, the industry takes it very seriously, and we have had really good, obviously, relationships with Dr. Voss and Dr. Lauer over time. There was no lax in reporting to the board. So I just want to make that very clear, that there was nothing that went undetected or unreported in all the years that we've been doing this surveillance.
Okay, any response or?
Yeah, I'd be very, I know we're going to have more conversations. I know we're going to have more conversations, and I think it's important that we have the right people in the room for those conversations so that we can understand how we can, move forward together. The university auditors are agnostic about whether something is reportable or not and how it should be reported. They really just need that kind of traceability that we can, data management traceability, whether it's about reporting or about billing or about sample movement. It's really, that's what I was carelessly referring to as the boring part, is that they're really looking for full implementation of a laboratory information management system that manages all of that data in a way that is traceable and reproducible. And whether that includes reporting to the Board of Animal Health or doesn't, that's whatever the data management, however the data needs to be managed in a way that they can trace the data. And that's what was missing. So that they weren't indicating that things weren't reported to the Board of Animal Health. They were just saying that they need to be able to track the data, the samples, the billing, any reporting in a reproducible way.
Okay. Any other questions?
Board member Erica Swatsky.
Erica, go ahead.
Thanks, Dean. I guess my question is, and I don't know, Beth or Dale may need to chime in on this, but when we talk about changes with the reporting or the expectations that the U of M from the audit process is recommending, I guess at what point in time, do us as an industry and then even us as board directors, when are we made aware of those changes? And maybe this has already been addressed. My connection has kind of cut in and out, but I guess communication to the industry on those changes, because this is different from what I understand from how it used to be. What are the expectations, I guess, that should be communicated to industry and to the board, or the board directors, I should say.
I don't know, Dale, if you have any points. Erica, can you hear me okay? This is Beth. Dr. Thompson?
Yes, I can hear you. Thank you.
Right. So generally speaking, since this was a research laboratory versus the veterinary diagnostic lab, Dr. Torrison is good at, sending information over to the board when it has to deal with those tests that the veterinary diagnostic lab is running. And you and I were discussing this a couple of weeks ago in a part of a different conversation as to how I found out about it, how you found out about it. So I think you're correct. There's probably some work that needs to be done for communication. I know I'll let Dale chime in here. But certainly moving forward as the university brings out what the testing protocols are going to be, what the MPTL is going to be doing, and maybe as we move forward, updates from the university on this testing. The Board of Animal Health can certainly start putting that into communication, going out to the public, to the industry, and then of course to the board members too. But I'll let Dale chime in also.
So Erica, in response, number one, I would just a couple of points here, because again, I don't want to belabor this point, because I do think that we need to get all the right people in the room together to make and resolve this situation because of the importance of this early detection. I mean, to some individuals, maybe a 2 to 3 day notice ahead of time isn't a big deal, but to all of the folks on the phone here, it is. Number one, the statutes and the rules and the reportability that we are under have not changed. And you can read that, and it's certainly on our website, but certainly when we talk about that knowledge of a reportable disease coming to the board does not necessarily mean actionable type of activity. It means that it's simply reported to the board. And as part of this program that has worked very well and has been discussed numerous times at board meetings, you know, we've kind of gone round and round about, you know, the reportability and what gets reported. But at the end of the day, we want to make sure that for the industry, we have an official diagnosis and that we have an official status of these flocks so that we can alert the industry. We can alert both our turkey growers as well as our other commercial industries that we have in the state. We have a significant broiler company presence, and we have numerous layer companies that want to be notified and want to know what's going on. So I think that at the end of the day, in conjunction with this early surveillance, getting the samples so that we can alert the folks in the know, it has worked well in the past. Has it been perfect? Probably not. Have we received the information? Yes. Have we received it in a format that we probably could be better? I would say probably yes. But I think those are all things moving forward that we have to get the right people in the room, put the expectations on the table, and then kind of resolve this, because I do think because of the benefit far outweighs, you know, getting behind the 8 ball on this type of situation. And I think, you know, I can stop there. I don't want to continue with the board meeting because we've got a lot of other important topics, but my ask is for the people on the phone as well as with Dr. Molgaard that we get all those people in the room ASAP and we kind of work through this.
That sounds good to me.
Okay, I guess I have a few questions, but not being as closely involved with it as maybe a few others, and I think I'm maybe a little bit more involved than a few that are here with the board. The question I have is this a test that's presently available through VDL or MPTL? So we do this type of testing. The other one is what kind of turnaround time, or how many tests are we roughly talking about or anticipate as we move forward? Obviously, if there's issues, they probably will go on to a tracheal swab test if they find that there's problems. But at least in order to get this out front surveillance, any idea how many tests we're talking about? Or could anticipate maybe from a year ago, maybe?
I'm not the expert on this, so maybe the people on the call can talk more about what sort of volumes they've been submitting. So to your question, yes, we can run the test. We ran 8 this week for one client that sent in the drinker swab testing. But as far as, I'm not so sure it's the number of tests, it's the timing and the cost, as Michelle Crum was mentioning. But I'll let other people talk about the volume.
Dr. Torrison, that is correct. And that is correct, and I would say I think it's very, it was a very good idea to get that deviation prior to this, because as you know, it takes a while to get a deviation in a known laboratory to do that. So at least that's available at NPTL. I think the issues that Dr. Torrison raised about timing, I don't think necessarily it's the volume, but it's the timing, it's the weekend, it's, you know, all of that kind of stuff. When you get into a, especially when you get the first positive flock, okay, then things really start ramping up. And so the laboratory has to be able to respond to that, because as everyone in this room knows, business doesn't stop, transportation of livestock does not stop. And so we have to be able to meet the demands of the industry. And, you know, certainly what they've been accustomed to, but I mean, that's the industry, that's real life. And there might've been a comment on the call.
So what kind of, how long does it take to run this test? You know, like with what we do with PCR testing,
Yeah.
same day?
Yeah.
It's a PCR, yeah.
So as far as getting it to PTL, I don't know, would 100 samples be a lot of samples in a day? You know?
Yeah, we can easily run 300 in a day. Again, it's where sample processing samples, and so it's not the number of tests, and so that's not the limiting factor. It's just the time of day that people would like it, or the day of the week, and also the cost. I don't want to avoid that as an issue that people have raised.
What is it cost? What's the cost on a test like this?
So our charge, I think, is like $31.50 or something, and I really don't know what McGrath was charging. I've never had, you know, any of that information.
Chair Compart, I think that part of the issue is that they've got samples coming in from across the state. Okay, and so we've got collection issues on the farm. Some of these farms are very large. It takes a while to get those collected, moved to the laboratory, and sometimes that's 2, 3, 4 hours away. And so I think, when those samples arrive, 3 o'clock in the afternoon, 4 o'clock in the afternoon, I think the expectation is for people who are not in a laboratory setting is that, well, those simply can be run that day, and I've got results by 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock that night. That's not necessarily the case all the time. Okay, and so I think that in order for the industry, for the veterinarians, and for the live production people to manage their schedule the next day, that information at 8 o'clock at night is very important, because during our H6 event that I'll talk about this afternoon, there were numerous occasions when I was notified by the veterinarian of these test results, and we were able to collect our official samples, and that was fine. But I know that they, on their live production end, were saying, stop. We can't move poults tomorrow. We have to back up processing. I mean, all of those things are kind of happening behind the scene. That's the action that's taken with this early surveillance testing. We're not necessarily waiting for that official diagnosis. We have to wait for that official diagnosis before we alert the industry. I'm not going to send out anything on unofficial. It's got to be official for us to send something. So anyway, we can talk for a long time about all of this.
Well, it sounds to me like there's probably, and I think there's probably getting it delivered to where it needs to be tested early in the day, and coordination, like maybe what they do a little bit with some of the boar studs and that type of thing. And the growers are going to have to understand that if they want results that day, they're going to need to get out in the barn and get their samples taken early in the day, and maybe get it couriered to a location. And it's not going to be probably cheap, but I think they have the power of a lot of birds in this type of a test that gives it a lot of value. And I think it's, I think they need to get in the room and hammer it out. Dr. Thompson.
And maybe I can wrap.
Pardon?
Sarah Anderson.
Sarah.
I think this highlights the concern, the reasonable concern about this, in that it's an ill-conceived approach. When you actually Dr. Torrison didn't even know what the volume is going to be. So I just think it's setting yourselves up for failure, because if you don't know what the volume is going to be, and if you have the capabilities to meet the needs, we're setting ourselves up as an entire state of having a serious outbreak, which could have been preventable if we had not done something based upon an auditor who has no concept of what this means in the real world. So I'm just very concerned about that. Encourage you to take a look at the comments in the chat room too, to just kind of put it in perspective of what this change really means. And it's not an issue of turkey farmers getting up early enough to go and grab a sample. This is going to have a huge impact, and it will impact our capabilities to mitigate disease, which, and if you think about this too, if I'm other commodity groups, I'd be looking at this and asking the question of, if there is a huge outbreak, how does this impact the other industries and the Board of Animal Health and the VDL lab being able to respond to their concerns as well, because it's just going to compound that problem in your capabilities in managing it.
Okay, thank you for your comment. Dr. Thompson?
Two things. Actually, I have a whole list, but I'll just narrow it down to two. First of all, if there's any, whether it's from industry or whether it's from the VDL, Dale, you guys out at the MPTL, if there's an opportunity for us to stand up couriers again that work out with the MPTL schedule, let's talk about that. I don't know what they cost. I don't know if there's money in the budget, but that might be an opportunity, at least short term, if that might work. Secondly, and I'm going to switch it over on you, Dr. Molgaard, and just throw you this. During the legislative hearing yesterday for CWD, we heard about Dr. Larson's research lab and the fact that he has a test. And we want to make sure that we don't get into the same situation again. And so I don't know if it's you and Jerry and Peter, Dr. Larson, and others, that we start talking about that ahead of time.
Yeah.
And let's get a process in place for that one too.
And we've been beginning to have similar conversations around the college about other kinds of testing that is both research and service. Right. That's that kind of gray area that make this so complex. And we don't want to find ourselves in this situation with a different group. We don't want to find ourselves in the situation with this group, but we are where we are. So yeah, how can we learn from this experience and make sure that we have within the college controls so that we aren't finding issues when they are escalated to a point where we have less autonomy.
Excellent, sounds good, thank you.
Okay. Any other comments?
Comments and questions from the chat from Dr. Crom. She said the total cost is $52 for MPTL. McRock was $33.56 per sample. And then she asked, once an official diagnosis is made, what is the purpose of ongoing reporting for non-notifiable, non-H5H7 influenza? What is the regulatory purpose?
Who wants to take that?
So Dr. Crom, part of the continued testing on some of those flocks was an attempt to help the industry work on the interactive mapping program that we had in place, that we were actually, if you will, practicing a little bit so that we would assist the industry with notification of when flocks were either being marketed or when they had tested negative on the PCR test or were 100% serology positive. Part of the issue that we ran into a little bit was we were getting conflicting reports from the field as far as what was positive. Was it a drinker swab positive? Was it a PCR positive? Or was it serology? And so, Michelle, that's probably something that we need to sort out moving forward with these non-H5, H7 events. In our Minnesota response plan, we track these flocks once they've been infected with an H5 or H7. So in our plan, it specifically says that we do monitor these flocks weekly And once they're 100% seropositive or PCR negative, then we stop. Okay, but in our non-H5H7 plan, we really, number one, don't have one that's laid out where we explain all this. And number two, it's probably a work in progress that we need to kind of move forward with. But again, I think that's again, getting all the right people in the room and figuring out, is this really worthwhile? Because as you just heard, this becomes a tremendous expense, not only for the industry, but for the board and other parties that are involved with this. So we want to make sure we're making good use of the funds available to track these flocks as well. So.
Yeah, Dr. Lauer, I think that's kind of my point. Like if the board's paying for the information, that's one thing, which is different for notifiable influenza. This information, once it's confirmed, and which you guys pay for the confirmation to determine whether the influenza is a 5 or 7, the rest of that information, and this is a point of, I think, of pretty significant clarification, not just for the poultry industry, but I think to Sarah's point, maybe livestock in general, is where does the regulatory oversight stop then? Like we've already confirmed that this is a non-notifiable influenza. If you want additional information, that's fine, but I'm not going to pay $6,000 a week to voluntarily generate information for a map on something that's not of regulatory importance at that point. So that's where the money piece becomes even more important with this increased cost that we are likely going to be faced with, and whether or not the industry decides to continue with the water surveillance or not. So that's I guess just another dynamic or a facet to this whole conversation is the regulatory piece, and for a non-notifiable influenza, when that reporting piece is or expectation is met, regardless if you're, you know, McRock to the dean's point, or as Dr. Crom, the responsible veterinarian for that flock, clarification on that aspect to me is also very important as we continue this dialogue.
Okay, I think we better start moving on. Any last thing? Okay. All right.
Thank you.
Dr. Molgaard, and congratulations on being appointed dean.
Thank you.
Enjoy your day. Thank you. We're running behind here. USDA update with Dr. Stephan Schaefbauer.
Dr. Schaefbauer had to attend the meeting, so she.
Oh, I can do a short update, Michael, if that's okay. Can you guys hear me?
Welcome.
Yes, welcome. Thank you guys for having me. Let me share my screen here. And I'm gonna thank you again to the board. As Michael said, I have to leave at the top of the hour, but I'm gonna skip through a few slides that I can include in my next update for time purposes. And so the NOMS update, I'll give the board an update on the next, the board of directors an update on the next meeting. One item that I did want to take the time to go over is USDA continuing prevention efforts for African swine fever. As you all may know, there's been a detection in the Western Hemisphere in Dominican Republic. And so USDA has been working closely to monitor, and so wanted to go through some of that stuff. And so as you know, in late July, USDA was already working with the Dominican Republic doing surveillance efforts, and through those efforts confirmed 8 positive samples of wild type African swine fever in samples from hogs in 2 provinces. Since then, it's been confirmed in 14 provinces, and APHIS has been actively working with Dominican Republic officials to assist in the response, and by offering technical advice on surveillance, quarantine, depopulation, disposal methods, helping with testing support, including helping them build their in-country testing capacity, and also providing PPE equipment for their responders. As you all know, classical swine fever has long been present in the Dominican Republic. And I just wanted to note that comprehensive import restrictions and safeguards have kept that disease out of the US. And so we're hoping to do the same, or working towards doing the same for African swine fever. Because Dominican Republic and Haiti are, you know, when you look at the map, they're right there together. And one of the last maps I looked at, a lot of the cases were on the border of Haiti and Dominican Republic. And so Haiti hasn't made any, African swine fever has not been confirmed in Haiti, but APHIS has been offering similar support. And there's a ASF in Action webinars this week, and on the Monday one, I heard them say that we have samples from Haiti that are to be tested, and so maybe we'll get a clear picture of what's going on there soon. So because of illegal boat landings from Dominican Republic into Puerto Rico, we've started some additional mitigation efforts in Puerto Rico. And so that includes increasing our surveillance and feral swine sampling, surveillance efforts in slaughter plants, Puerto Rico has already been doing classical swine fever surveillance, and so they added testing for African swine fever to that program. And I did want to add that Minnesota, we had already added African swine fever to our classical swine fever surveillance at the beginning of the fiscal year. And I also want to say that due to efforts from Dr. Donahue, our epidemiologist, and our field staff, we met and exceeded our surveillance targets for that program. And if it's something that the board would be interested, the board of directors would be interested in seeing some of those numbers or learning more about that program, I'd be happy to give that in the next update. In Puerto Rico, we've also enhanced outreach communication, including social media campaigns. And then the Secretary of Agriculture in Puerto Rico took measures to prohibit the exportation of pork and pork products. And so, you know, all these things are working in concert to help protect the swine industry in the mainland US. And then the last thing I wanted to mention that you'll be hearing more about is the establishment of a protection zone in Puerto Rico and the US Virgin Islands. And so the OIE gave this option, I think, back in May. And so it's a pretty new approach. And the idea of it is to preserve the animal health status in areas that are free. And so, and it's a proactive approach as well. And so it's something that the USDA is pursuing. A federal order has to be completed in order for it to be submitted to the OIE, but it's definitely in the works. And again, it's taking, you know, proactive steps to protect our industry on the mainland, or our industry in the US as a whole. And then I will take questions.
Okay, Dr. Thompson has a question.
Yeah.
Thanks, Dr. Schaefbauer. The question, hopefully, maybe you have an answer. I've asked it in the last couple of days. The samples from Haiti, do you know where those samples came from? Were they from the border area? Were they from further interior? Were they commercial? Were they back end? Is there any more detail on that at this point?
Yeah, and you mean the samples from that original confirmation?
From Haiti? I don't think we've got.
Oh, from Haiti. I'm sorry, from Haiti. No, I haven't heard where those samples were from. As a matter of fact, I only heard about the Haiti samples on that ASF call in action. I hadn't heard that prior to that. But Dr. Thompson, I will ask around and see if I can shake something loose.
Thank you.
I have a question about, I read or was told that early on the samples that they got out of, I forget which one of the is it the Dominican Republic where they held those samples till they could have a larger group to be able to send them in for quarterly testing? Is that true? Why would you do that if you're trying to be testing, to monitor? I mean,
Yeah, that's my understanding too. And I don't, yeah, I think it maybe because they're shipping to the US and trying to get enough capacity, but you're right. I heard the same thing, that they were sending bulk samples. I don't know if cost was associated with that too, you know, waiting until you had a certain number of samples. Because when it was confirmed, I was confused because they said, well, we have other samples, we'll have to go back and test those. And I was like, well, how do we have other samples from prior banked? And then come to find out exactly what you said, Chair, that they had been sending these samples over in bulk. I think it was just a part of the way the surveillance program was running at the time.
Dr. Torrison, did you have something to add?
Yeah, Dr. Schaefbauer, I'll just add a little bit based on some of the calls I've been on. So to the USDA's credit, they established this surveillance program and offered it to many different countries in the Caribbean, and the Dominican Republic was the only one that signed up for it. And good thing that they did, right? And so it was a quarterly surveillance program. So they would hold samples up, you know, first month, second month, third month, and then send them to the Foreign Animal Disease Diagnostic Laboratory at Plum Island, where they would be tested. And so that backlog has to do with just the, you know, they accumulated them over that period of time. And yeah, it's not ideal, especially now. You'd say, well, I wish we were testing them daily or weekly or monthly, but it was a quarterly surveillance program to at least have something going. And so I would credit. Yeah, then you start going back and testing, you know, how many other samples, and they didn't test them all at once, they prioritized them, and it was based on some chatter, I guess, some discussion among people that they were seeing some increased mortality in the Dominican Republic. We even had calls from some of the faculty at the university, or two of the people on our faculty, people wondering, you know, could this be mycoplasma or all the other diseases that they already had? And so I think the process worked, but obviously it doesn't look great in retrospect because it was quite a rearview mirror look rather than contemporary examples.
Thank you. Dave, did you have anything that you wanted to add?
Yeah, it relates to the issue around the protection zone. I know it's really new, right? It's just started in May, but do you know of any other parts of the world that jumped on that and tried to work through that protection zone? I mean, for example, Europe. I mean, or is this the first attempt by anyone to do that?
Yeah, it looks like, yeah, it's my understanding that we're the first, but yeah.
Yeah, Dr. Schaefbauer, I heard that the OIE included the protocol or the definition and all of that of the protection zone just in May. It is really new.
Okay. Anybody have anything else? I hate to move on a topic like that too fast, but if you have to get to your next meeting and okay, thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
All right, next up we have Mr. Scott Wells, what we've learned about CWD transmission risks of farm cervids in Minnesota and Wisconsin. Sorry we're running a little bit late, but you can go ahead whenever you're ready.
Okay, great. Can you hear me first of all?
Oh, good.
Okay, let's see here. If I can figure out how to make this work. All right, can you see my screen?
Yes.
Okay. Great. Well, first of all, thank you very much for this opportunity to give an update about our CWD research at the College of Veterinary Medicine. We have different projects at the College of Veterinary Medicine. Dr. Larson's lab in diagnostics has come up already, but this is different. This is focusing on trying to understand transmission, trying to get to information that we can lead to ultimately to control. I do want to add that we take very seriously our mission, our role really to help to bring science to this really challenging issue. And it starts with chronic wasting disease. This is the map from the U.S. Geologic Survey that most of us, many of us have been monitoring here the last few years, and it's unfortunately sort of been filling in, including additional herds in Minnesota, as we know, but also Wisconsin next door and Point South, and also a number of herds in Pennsylvania. I'm going to come back to that, but clearly this is what we're trying to do, is stop this problem. At this point, sometimes control seems to be intractable. There are many challenges, diagnostic challenges, of course, including the fact that we can't detect these animals until after it says here infectious, that's true, but also until after they're also dead. That there are known, what we call known, we're going to come back to this again, known high-risk transmission pathways identified. And these have been a lot of effort to mitigate these through regulations and biosecurity practices. And yet, of course, infections continue. And so the question here we have is, can we improve understanding of CWD transmission, and can that lead to more effective control through biosecurity measures? And we just had a paper published, just came out here in the last month, actually. And so I'm going to give a summary of this and a few other comments of what we're doing since this as well, for your information. So when we started looking at this, I got a call from Dr. Thompson, and she said, can we come up with some ideas for how to better understand how these herds are becoming infected with CWD? And of course, cultural focus was Minnesota. And looking at this, I recognized pretty quickly that Minnesota at that time had 8 confirmed positive herds. There's been a few since that time. But Wisconsin right next door had many more, probably 3 times that number at that point. And we felt like if we're going to look at this from a broader perspective, we really need to have a bigger area, and we need more herds. And so we identified and got cooperation with Wisconsin's Department of Ag, Trade, and Consumer Protection to look at all of the what we call the case herds, the CWD positive cervid farms in both states. And this is the epidemic curve that shows that. You can see the blue are the Minnesota herds, the red are the Wisconsin ones, and the year that these herds were detected. And you can see that there were some early cases sort of prior to 2008, but then there's been increasing number since that point. And we stopped for this graph in the early part of 2019. These have continued, and really this graph should be updated since that. But that's the point that we used the data for this evaluation, was right at that point. Also, those numbers above the columns indicate the number of these farms that were located within 50 miles from a CWD positive wild deer sometime in the previous 5 years. And you can see those numbers have increased as well. So we took a step back and we started thinking about, so what do we know about this? We'd actually done an informal project on this a few years before, but we resurrected this through a systematic literature review to identify, what do we know about how does this prion protein get out of an infected animal, the portals of exit, and then how does it get into susceptible animals? And then how can that help drive transmission pathways? And from that, we really recognize that we really have four basic categories of transmission, or what we call exposure pathways. There are direct contact between an infected and a susceptible animal in which case the infected animal is an infected farm cervid. And then there, of course, could be direct contact with infected wild cervids. And then through indirect contact, that there could be contacts through cervid parts, for example, through hunting or taxidermy. And then there are a variety of other indirect contact routes, including things like contaminated feed or water, what we call fomites or shared equipment, or scavengers or other animals that could move this material around and create this through the environmental routes of exposure. So, what does this look like? Again, the focus is the cervid farm. This is the farm at the bottom here. This susceptible cervid farm could be infected from infected cervid farms, either through cervid movements, the brown line, or through any sort of sharing equipment or vehicles or feed or water or other things that could be shared between farms, or potentially even semen. At least that's been theoretically shown to be a mechanism experimentally. Or from infected free-ranging cervids, either through direct contacts through fencing breaches where these animals have direct contact with each other, or again in the green line, through other ways, like cervid parts that are brought onto the farm, either through hunting or taxidermy, or contaminated feed or water, or other birds or scavengers or other things. And then using that framework, then we created, we kind of expand that to see if we could sort of rank these exposures in a qualitative sense into, for each of these pathways, the red category are those that we know are high risk. And then we have areas on the green on the right that we know that should be very, very, very low risk. So for example, if you introduce a farm cervid from a farm that's later found to be positive, probably it was incubating when those cervids moved, that's considered to be a very high risk. And if you don't move any animals at all during a period of time, like 5 years, then that should be negligible risk. Setting aside this yellow category for a minute. And similarly, contact with wild cervids, if a fence goes down, your cervids escape, they get out, they have contact with wild cervids and they re-entry. Or if wild cervids enter into the perimeter fencing where the farm cervids are in an endemic area where this is known to occur in wild cervids, and those are high risk. And similarly, if there are double perimeter fencing, or if someone's not an endemic area, then that would be negligible risk. We can do the same thing with indirect contacts, certainly bringing on cervid parts from an endemic area and allowing those parts to have contact with the cervids on the farm would be high risk. Not bringing those on at all would be negligible risk. And in terms of sharing equipment, contaminated feed or water, if those are shared with a known infected animal, like a CWD positive farm, that would be high risk. If there's none of these at all, that would be negligible risk. Of course, we recognize that we have to deal with that yellow column in the middle. We ended up calling this vague, at this point, moderate or uncertain risk category that includes the things in between. A farm that, yeah, they did introduce cervids, but it was not from a farm that has been positive. And at this point, all cervid farms have been under surveillance for a number of years. And in terms of contact with wild cervids, there are many farms that are using single perimeter fencing. And there's the potential for nose-to-nose contact, although there's some research showing that's probably not a big risk, but certainly that's possible. Introduction of cervid parts from other areas that may not be known to be infected. Perhaps there's some infection not detected yet. That's, of course, a possibility. And certainly sharing equipment or possibility contaminated feeds or water or other things from an endemic area would also be in this middle category. So then using this framework, we evaluated the herds in Minnesota and Wisconsin, going back to the case records. So basically through review of the case files, obviously this was with close collaboration with the Board of Animal Health and also the agency in Wisconsin. Now, the completeness of these records was somewhat variable, especially early on. We went all the way back to 2002, where the data was not the same quality. It certainly improved through time. And we recognized from the start it was not possible to actually determine the source of transmission to all of these farms. And a lot of work was previously done, obviously, by these agencies to try to sort this out. So we said, we're not going to do that, but what we are going to do is describe farm exposures by this qualitative risk of potential transmission using the framework I showed in the previous slide. And when we did that, we get this sort of result. You might notice it's the same epidemic curve as what we showed before, but now there's some additional information here, different colors, different letters, that sort of thing. Even an asterisk if these are a Minnesota farm versus the others are Wisconsin farms. And the first thing that's probably pretty obvious is that in that early period, there's a lot of red cells there. Those are known high-risk exposures. Those were those red columns. Like those herds often brought on an animal from a farm that was later found to be positive. Of course, they weren't known to be positive at the time of the movement, but they were later through surveillance found to be positive. Or there was a fencing breach, or that's the Fs, for example. Sorry, the fencing breaches is a W, indicating a wild cervid exposure. The Fs are for farm cervid exposure through movements. The Ps would be exposure through a cervid part, through, for example, taxidermy or hunting. A carcass was brought on the farm. There were some of those early on, especially. And the O's was some other direct measure. Now, this is only indicating the highest known risk of these. But if you look at the later group, since 2012, of course, there are some of those red cells, and we've had some of those in Minnesota as well, where there's a known exposure to another farm that was found to be positive later on. But there's a number of these that did not have those kind of exposures. The highest risk for those individual farms was this middle level, moderate, or what I've called here lower or uncertain risk. And so we felt like, wow, there's something here going on. Now, obviously, we're only looking at case herds. We're not looking at any other herds at this point. All of these herds have been found to be infected with CWD. So in summary, we have overall, just over half of the positive farms had a higher known, at least one, higher known CWD risk exposure. 35% had introduced cervids from another farm later detected with CWD. A quarter of these, 24%, reported wild deer entry or farm cervids escape and re-entry in areas where there were CWD within 50 miles, and 6%, a few, introduced cervid parts from an area with CWD in wild deer, either through hunting or taxidermy. We get this other group too, these other 44% that did not have one of these higher known risk exposures, where there's less clear pathways of infection. And it's actually almost 2/3 of those positive cases since 2015. Now, most of these herds, 80%, had added cervids from another herd, but these are herds without test positive animals in the previous 5 years. So they're negative herds at this point. And 20% of these had no new additions of cervids at all. 73% of these herds were located within 50 miles of a known CWD infected wild deer. And of those herds, just about 3/4 of those had single perimeter fencing, but 27 had double perimeter fencing to prevent direct contact with wildlife. Again, it shows that there's multiple potential pathways here that need to be evaluated. This basically, I'm reiterating the same thing again. I don't need to repeat this slide. So at that point, and that's basically what that publication has shown, we understand if a goal is to protect farm cervids from exposure, then it would be really helpful to know which exposures these farm cervids experience. And I'm talking now the uninfected herds, the susceptible herds, the herds we have out in the landscape today. And again, thinking about these 4 pathways of infection. So one of the obvious measures, one of the obvious questions, of course, is thinking about farm cervid movements and wanting to deal with that more directly. since this is such a regulated disease, this movement of farm cervids is required, it's mandatory. And so the agencies, in this case, the Board of Animal Health, has this information on all the cervid farms in the state. And so we evaluated that for a second paper that we published last year. And in this paper, we looked at these movements. This wasn't really looking at CWD exactly, we're looking at the movements. And we could see some things. For example, there's this very extreme seasonal pattern in movements. Most of these animals move in September and October, and it's repeated year to year to year. There's more movements in white-tailed deer than in other cervid species, was a second key point. But in general, these movements are what we consider sparse, because there's only, for the farms with movements, there's only 1.5 to 2 movements per year. Now, a movement could include more than one deer or elk, but the movements, each movement was pretty sparse. And the context between farms was very dynamic and variable. Basically, this is not I think it's consistent with the fact that there's not sort of ongoing persistent commercial relationships among farms, that those do exist, but they're rare. However, there is intrastate farm movements that happen from year to year. That's what's shown on the right there, the proportion of farms with those kind of movements, which is similar or probably even less than what occurs, of course, in cattle and sheep and our other traditional livestock species. So that led us to looking at other potential biosecurity risks to these farms. And it's just briefly, we developed a survey and we collected data now a couple of years ago. Boy, with the pandemic, things go quickly. In early 2019 to all cervid operations in Minnesota. And working, of course, with the Board of Animal Health on this. So the idea, we share this information with the cervid industry so they can help improve their biosecurity. We did this using a mail survey, and we got actually a very good response for a mail survey, overall 40% response rate. We mailed these twice to farms, to every single operation. There was some degree of variation in response based on the type of farm. We got better response among elk and other species compared to white-tailed deer, but even there, we overall had over 30% response rate. And just a real quick summary, what did we find? We haven't published this quite yet. We're waiting for our next study so we can release these together. But we can see that yes, there's a few farms that have exposures to these sort of red areas, the high-risk areas like cervid escapes or having a wild whitetail inside the fence. One farm indicated that, but these are pretty rare. But there's many more of these lower or moderate or uncertain risks, like movements of farms, like fence line exposures with single perimeter fencing, that sort of thing. From hunting and taxidermy, only one had reported entry of hunted cervids from a CWD positive area, but 21% reported bringing hunted cervids to the farm, and 9% reported taxidermy of outside cervids on the farm. And a number of different other indirect contact exposures that could be an important source of infection to farms. Just as one example here, this just shows the percent of operations. This is the cervid operations in Minnesota that reported wild cervid access to feed or water fed to their farm cervids based on access or observed access or possible access to wild cervids. So for example, hay or silage that are on farm prior to storage, which means they're outgrowing in the field, alfalfa, for example. Yes, there's in the range of maybe 12% of farms indicated that they observed deer that could have contaminated those plants, but then there's another 10+% that said this is possible even if they didn't observe it, and another group, adding to a total of over 35% overall, that indicated this could have happened. And similarly for others, whether it's hay or silage prior to be brought on the farm or grain on the farm prior to storage, etc. There's a number of these. I'm not going to take time to show you those. So at this point, we know there's lots of different pathways of CWD transmission to cervid farms, including those that are not currently considered high risk, many of those of which are regulated against. But it's really difficult for cervid producers to identify how to control this because we don't really know which is the most important. So biosecurity program development is really, really challenging. The question is, how do we prioritize that? So we were fortunate enough to get some funding just late last fall from APHIS to do a case control study to help identify what are the most important farm and environmental risk factors associated with CWD positive herd status. This is a 3-state study, Minnesota, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania. And so we've collected the data now. Basically, this is a little more detail on it. Again, we have CWD positive cervid farms in 3 states in the last 5 years. Control farms are with a 3-to-1 match here are in these same states. They're under the same surveillance, but they have not been positive with a matching by both location and herd size and surveillance type. A voluntary study, it's actually quite challenging to get this kind of data from producers with all of the sensitivity around this disease in the cervid industry. By the way, this was focused at white-tailed deer farms, or predominantly white-tailed deer farms, not other species like elk. And we're just starting to evaluate that data. So I look forward in the future to giving an update on that information. Hopefully it's going to be really useful. So just in closing here, our partners here, certainly the Board of Animal Health, our key partner, but we're also working with the agencies in Wisconsin and Pennsylvania, and also obviously the cervid producers and the either DNR or game commissions in these states, which have provided us with some other information in this case control study where we can evaluate what's happening outside of those selected farms. And I'll just close here with a photograph of the folks that have been working with me on this project, Dr. Kinchelow and Dr. Macau on the previous studies. Dr. Schultz has been a key lead on our case control study, and 2 veterinary students, Tanzania Med and Shannon Rudin, are working with us on that last study. So with that, I am going to stop and hope if there's time for questions, that's great. And I'm going to stop sharing. So,
anybody have any questions? Dr. Hawkins?
So I've been trying to follow all of this and inside of fences and outside of fences, and hearts are showing up and everything. And even after that great presentation, I still don't know where everything's coming from and where it's going to. It's really concerning me that you go back and you get all this history, but it isn't really helping us to figure out or to get an idea of where it's going to next. I have some other thoughts on that I'll share maybe later on.
So if I can just jump in and respond to that very briefly. I mean, I think that's exactly why we need this kind of case control study, because there's honestly not been studies that looked at positive and negative farms and looked at the differences between those. And that's what this new study does. So while the previous study that I talked about first was only the case farms, we had no controls as comparison. That's we can't really look at risk in the same way, but what we need is farm case positive and control negative farms that we can compare side by side to look at where are these risks. And that's what we hope to find in this new study.
Dr. Hawkins has a follow-up.
Okay, so I guess that's what I'm missing is you don't have a summary, a list of saying this is what risk looks like. That's what I'm not able to pull out of there. But you're saying you've got more work to do to actually say this is what's risky.
That's right. So the work that's been done predominantly has been done by diagnosticians, very well needed. We need great tests. and they've done experimental work. They've shown different ways that this can be transmitted. But what we want to know is, what are the main ways this can be transmitted, and how does that help inform control, which I think is what you're asking, Dr. Hawkins. And that's the kind of thing, we need this comparative analytic approach that the new study that we just got funding for last fall, we're just starting to look at that data, will hopefully provide some real important insights into some of the main ways that these farms are getting infected and what things could help control the disease.
Will feed be in part of that? I mean, this gets out of control real quick, but feed, semen, some of those things that...
Absolutely. We've got a whole list of things that we've asked these producers, and some information the agency provided. We're also using GIS mapping data so we can look at what's outside of the fences. You know, what proportion of that area is, for example, forested or has water sources that might attract wildlife to their farm, in effect, to the edges of their farm, from which there could be environmental contamination. So we're looking at a whole bunch of things so that we can hopefully start to narrow down to the most important areas that we need to focus in terms of more research, probably, and what other biosecurity mitigations, et cetera, that the producers can use to protect themselves.
I guess my last comment of that is, this is all great, and we need to know these things, but we're counting on animals to get infected to find it out. And this is what everybody's concerned about, is animals are getting infected, and yet we have to get them infected to find out how it's all happening. So there needs to be an understanding that animals are going to be infected going forward. Things that we do in this room aren't going to change that.
Well, and just a follow-up, and a good segue, things that we do in this room aren't going to affect it.
Can you have your mask off, because it is muffling?
Oh, sorry. I would also argue that on the wildlife side, some of the same study needs to be done on what's being moved around on the wildlife side too. Again, it's not for us to do here at the Board of Animal Health, but I think the coming together of, you know, what Dr. Wells and others are doing with, you know, how are farmers moving it around, and what can they do to stop that? Same is true on the wildlife side. And if we can come together, then maybe we will come to maybe not a full solution. Prions are there for a long time, we know that, but maybe a partial solution. So, yeah, just.
Any other questions or comments?
Only because this seems to be the only time we're going to be talking about this particular thing. One other thing I've talked to Beth about, Dr. Thompson about, is a drought in this state, and it got worse this year. And these animals are going further to find food, the wild animals. I know that's not what we're in charge of, but the wild animals are looking for more food. They're also allowing each other to be closer together than they would if food was more available and things. And so I think the wild population and where we have endemic areas is going to increase. And that's regardless of whether animals are behind fences or outside of fences. I just wanted to make sure people were clear about things like water. Yeah.
Any other questions? A question that I have is regarding, we're coming up to deer season, and as you start looking at the endemic areas where people are going to travel to and hunt, and we had Dr. Scott D on to start the program off this morning, and he did a lot of work regarding a virus and then following how that virus moved from a vehicle, you know, into a car wash where he washed his vehicle and found the disease and the virus, then put that on boots and followed that all the way through, and he could find virus all along the way, and virus that could cause infection. My question is as we look at people that are gonna be going, and I hunt, and when we get a deer, you'll tag it, and you put it in the back of the pickup truck after you've gutted it, and do you, for dragging, whether it's in blood, feces, dirt that is in these, on your boots, do people need to take a different look at how we maybe view what we wear and be a little bit more cognizant of the fact that they can move things around? I just cleaned my pickup truck about 3 weeks ago, and I found sand from up in the area where we hunt is still in that pickup truck, and I've cleaned it numerous times. But you still find it. Now, what is sand? But it's a large particle that we can see, where prion is something that you cannot see. And so my question is as you get down into some of the endemic area, and we have these deer that, particularly in areas maybe where they might be wintering, they're kind of loading the environment with more and more prions. There's probably areas that are going to be hotter than other areas, and it takes an incredible amount of temperature to kill those prions, and I don't think people even begin to understand. And so are there, you know, what do we do with the pickup truck? If we come from St. Cloud and we hunt in southeast Minnesota, do we need to be out ahead of this and emphasize the need for liners in trucks, or not to go back to St. Cloud and pressure spray out your pickup truck because of blood and that type of stuff all out of it? Are we not going to start tracking it around like that? And I think it's just things that what Dr. D talked about earlier that maybe could be applied to something like this as a fomite for the movement of this kind of an organism. Just your comments.
Yes, so I'll just jump in on that quickly. I mean, I think absolutely, if you were a cervid producer, absolutely, those are very key issues. Now, of course, most hunters are not. This disease has not been at this point defined as demonstrated as a zoonotic pathogen. Lots of people are concerned that it might someday, and that could be true, but at this point, that's not the case. But for cervid producers, absolutely, they should be very, very concerned about moving things off their farm to on their farm, and or other people that come on their farm that may be tracking it as well. And that would be great messaging that would be very helpful with the hunting season coming up to cervid producers, to let people know. I think many do already, but probably many do not.
Dr. Hawkins?
You know, the messaging behind washing your boat when you get out of a river or even my kayak, you know, making sure that I'm not carrying something from one lake to another. It's probably too late to get some kind of advertising messages out there, but you could maybe find out how they word those messages to get a similar message to hunters and what they could be taking home with them and spreading through Minnesota when they come down here in those endemic areas to hunt. Now, that might affect the economy of the endemic areas who look for those hunters, and if those hunters don't show up, this gets more than this veterinarian really should be talking about.
Identify yourself.
Very awesome. Just you talked about the vehicles, but just think about one thing that's really increased in the last 15 years. It's four-wheelers, tractor pullers, you know what I'm saying, and off-road vehicles. We see our bumps and everything. They're all, you go on the road, everybody's hauling for it, right? How many own the car? You know, if you're a road, you're required to wash your boat, right? Well, on four-wheelers, you're required to wash going from endemic zones out to west, you know, Rocky Mountains. I got friends who go to Colorado, Wyoming, mountain climbing, high endemic areas. They just roll them back home on the trailer, so everything's still on there. Should it be required to wash these vehicles coming in and out? I don't know. Leaving our county and head up north, go forward them.
And then it's a matter of where you're going to wash it too. I mean, you sure don't want to bring it outside and wash it in an area not an endemic area. I mean, you want to do that type of stuff so the flea stays in the area, you know. So this is this type of stuff that you start thinking about when you've been dealing with diseases like we have in pigs for a long time, and it takes a different approach, it takes a different viewpoint, and you have to look at it differently because there's ways this stuff can get around. It could be in people's boots. Do people need to be sure that they put these boots in a container and maybe use something to wash the boots off before they go southwest Minnesota the following week? You know, do they need to use stuff like an RV antifreeze and when it's very cold in order to be able to wash some of that kind of material away like we did during PED? You know, there's things that other people have done, other industries have done to mitigate some of these diseases. And the point I'm making is I think that people need to be cognizant of the fact that they could be the vector to haul stuff back, and they don't know it. And they don't have any idea. The deer that they shoot, they're probably going to debone. They may, they'll take it back home, wait for test results to come in, but in the meantime, they've maybe done something, and you know, so I think there's a lot of stuff that people just need to be told or to try to understand how this stuff, the mechanisms for stuff to move around.
You know that probably the biggest carrier of the soil is clay, right? And what's the finest dust that you get in the vehicle? Is up in the wheel wells, you open the doors in the vehicle, it's clay dust. So.
Okay, Michael, you have a question?
Dr. Fox has her hand raised.
Dr. Fox, go ahead.
Hi. Yeah, just two things. One, stepping back a little bit, I just wanted to say I agree with Dr. Thompson that we need to both understand the movement with farm cervids as well as in the wild, and really having a better understanding of, you know, like other folks have mentioned, what exactly does it mean if you gut the deer out? I mean, as we do, right? That's practice. But what does that really mean? Because that's not going to stay there, right? So then you got animals dragging that all around, and just to really understand what those risks are. And maybe Dr. Wells, an MPH project in the future for a student would be like developing some guidelines for hunters. And after we understand this transmission a little better, you know, just like you've been mentioning, is it shouldn't just be the farmers, because obviously we've got this on both sides, right? And just like in African swine fever, we know that the wild boar population transmits things around. And so if we can really hit it from both sides, we might have better control and really understanding. That's just my support for things that have been said.
Any other questions at all, Michael?
No.
Any other comments? Okay. Do you have anything else, Mr. Wells?
No, thank you very much. Appreciate the comments and the ideas. And, you know, again, we're here to help. I think you hear that from many of us at the university, and want to reiterate that. So we will let you know what we find in the near future.
Appreciate your time. Quick question. Yesterday during a hearing, there was a comment made about 40 to 50% bleach solution for wiping things down, particularly I think it was stainless steel, because plastics have porous characteristics that can make it more difficult. But is 40 to 50% bleach, is that considered a killer or disinfectant for
I'm not sure who that question is to. I know that there's a paper that shows something like, I was thinking it was even higher, like 60% bleach, something like that has been shown to inactivate, but that's very, very caustic and pretty nasty stuff. So somebody may have more information that's used this directly. I don't know, Dr. Torrison or somebody else. But there is a paper we could find to get to the bottom of that bleach issue.
Dr. Carstensen just typed in that it's 40% bleach solution.
Yeah, and she was speaking of the knives and things that you're using in hunting.
Right. Yeah. Thank you, Dr. Carstensen.
Thanks, Michelle.
Okay, any other questions or comments? We can probably move along.
And share Compart, it looks like we're about Are we getting close to 45 minutes behind here? Michael, am I reading that right?
Yeah, we're close to that.
I don't know, Linda, if you can maybe, you and Annie, maybe combine that.
Yeah, Chair Compart, our updates are pretty brief, so I think we can do some catching up in that.
Okay.
If that works before lunch.
Because it looks like they only gave us 15 minutes for lunch, so.
Right, yep.
It's working.
Okay, so with that, we'll go ahead and move on. Thank you, Dr. Wells. Dr. Glaser and Annie Balghiti.
And Annie's on the call. Remote, if you have any questions, I'll put up my PowerPoint, but good morning, board members. The last time we probably updated you on this, we had called a special meeting of the board just because it was outside the regular board meetings. It was outside the regular board meetings to look at this is regarding rulemaking, to look at the board's proposed final draft of the rules. And that was to be held in July. And so prior to that time, you got a plethora of documents to review, and you'd stuffed it all in your head, right? You were ready to roll, and we got that canceled. So, and Dr. Thompson will talk about the legislative updates and her update, but one of the reason for that July meeting being canceled was that with the special sessions, the legislative session went longer than normal sessions last year, and in the special sessions, one of the things that changed with farm service program statutes was that the legislature gave the DNR concurrent authority to regulate white-tailed deer farm service herds. And so with that concurrent authority, it was determined that that also included rulemaking. And so the DNR then asked us to be able to have time to review those rules and to provide input on that. And so that was the impetus for canceling that meeting, because we then didn't have a final proposed rule draft to present to you. So anyway, we're, next slide. Okay, thank you. So anyway, at this point, the DNR has been reviewing the rules. Thanks. The DNR also has been able to review the rules. They've made some comments, and we're in meetings with them to kind of work through that process. We've requested some resources from them, if we're going to continue to do this, and that is looking at getting some rulemaking staff from the DNR to help with drafting the rules, and then drafting the SONAR, the statement of need and reasonableness. Now we have a draft on the board side based on the final proposed rule draft we had, and then the rules. So we'll be working forward on this. We're also the governor's office is also interested in our progress in this, so we'll be checking in with them as well. And so, Annie, I don't know if you have any other comments regarding our rulemaking, or if there's any questions about that. And that's basically it.
The only thing that I would add is I would emphasize emphasize for everybody listening, and also so the board members understand too, that once the rulemaking process resumes, we'll still be following the public rulemaking process under the Administrative Procedure Act. So that process doesn't change. It's still the public rulemaking process. It's just now it will be the two agencies proposing rules together on this.
Annie, will we be starting that whole process over or picking up where it was left off?
So it depends on how we move forward. That's something that we're trying to work out and figure out. I would not, no matter how we move forward, I would not say that we would be starting over. No, we've done a lot of work. We've gotten a lot of comments. I would say that the most that we would do is we would potentially publish a new request for comments, just because we'd be slightly broadening, potentially slightly broadening the scope of the rulemaking, which is to say, okay, now the DNR have concurrent rulemaking authority, and so they've commented more on the white-tailed deer rules, and they've done some drafting in there, and so that the draft might change a little bit. So to encompass that broader scope, we would have potentially another request for comments period, but it certainly would not undo everything that we've already done. And that would only be related to the white-tailed deer portion, since that's the portion that we have joint authority over.
Okay, thank you. Okay, what kind of time frame are you thinking on it, that, Annie? Or is that going to be dependent?
Yeah, that's something that we're still working out behind the scenes as both agencies try to figure out what this looks like in practice, this legislation. So stay tuned. We'll get a timeline as soon as possible, because obviously we want to keep the rules moving forward, but we don't know that yet.
I have a question from Brenda Harthoff is here. Maybe you might want to step up closer so that we can hear and maybe take your mask off.
Oh, yeah, I have a few questions. Are the changes to the rule that you're working on with the DNR strictly in the enforcement and inspection portion, since that was what they were given concurrent authority over? And will the advisory committee be involved in further rulemaking discussions now that the DNR is more involved?
The DNR has authority over all of the farm service program components. And so it's not just in the enforcement section. So they may be making suggested rule changes to any components of the program for white-tailed deer.
In the legislation, it refers specifically to specific portions of the farm survey laws. And so is there maybe some disagreement in how people are looking at what the law is, that they don't there's a difference of opinion of what they really have authority over and what they don't?
I don't know if there's a difference of opinion or not. I don't know if we're going to be talking more about that, but at this point in time, we're under the understanding and working together with the DNR that they have concurrent authority to oversee farm white-tailed deer on all aspects of our board statutes and rules.
Yeah, I kind of disagree with that. I don't know how we could get a legal opinion on that, but it's very clear. Their statute spelled out in the law of what this specifies. I guess I'd like to explore that more. I don't know how we would do that as an industry with the board, but if we could explore that in more detail.
Yeah, and I guess, good question. I think what we could do is, and Annie, if you could help me out with this, maybe go to the Attorney General's office and see if they are able to give an opinion. I do know that the state rules making group, and that's all state agencies, did have the opinion that the DNR now has rulemaking authority via the concurrent authority. Now, whether or not that is the ultimate decision maker, I don't know, but we can certainly, we can take a look around and see. I think though, rather than the board doing that, I can take the mask off, doing that as an affirmative action, we would need some sort of letter or request or something along those lines so that we can move it along whatever process might be out there. That works?
Yes.
Okay, that sounds good.
And then how is the advisory committee going to be involved in this moving forward?
We would,
go ahead, Linda.
That's fine.
Annie, you have the floor.
Thank you. Brenda, that's a good question. That's something that we're, something to stay tuned on, that we're figuring out what this process is going to look like moving forward.
But at a minimum, we would be, if we're requesting any comments, we would be sending those drafts to the advisory committee, I would imagine, Annie, for comments on that.
That's correct, we would, right.
I have just one more quick question. So will this board of directors be approving, what they were going to do at the July meeting? Will they still be approving a final version to move forward with, even with this concurrent authority?
Yes,
so that's the piece about the public rulemaking process under the APA not changing. from the board, from the board, and it's our board members that would still be reviewing and approving the rules draft moving forward. They would be approving the rules as regarding all farmed cervidae, of course, and then the DNR, I believe it's their commissioner that approves the rules draft. So it would be a joint decision, but it will still go through the board members.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Okay.
And then I just wanted to briefly update you on our Beltrami County CWD investigation. I think we talked with the board in our April meeting. We knew at that time that there were CWD exposed animals in the Beltrami County herd had been quarantined since October. 10 of those 11 exposed animals were sampled in March, and one animal had died previously, was too deteriorated to test, collect tissues for testing, but one of those 10 animals then was found to be positive for CWD. That was confirmed in early April, and that was a positive doe born in 2018 in the Winona County herd, and it had been moved to Beltrami County in 2019. And so then follow up to that, we did request an appraisal and federal indemnity for the herd, and sort of at the same time started planning for this herd depopulation, and the herd was depopulated on May 11th this past spring. And when we went into the herd, there were 54 animals that were still alive in the herd, and those animals were put down and tested, and 12 of those 54 animals were positive for chronic wasting disease. And as you can see, 9 of those 2020 fawns, 9 of those positive animals were 2020 fawns. So they were roughly, 11 months old or so at that time. We don't have exact dates on the date, the time that they were born. And then 3 of those positive adult does, 3 of the CWD positives were adult does, and they were purchased each from 3 different producers within Minnesota. And so the USDA program standards require we trace all animal movement in and out of the herd for a 5-year time period. Now this producer had recently assembled this herd starting the fall of 2017, and he was building his herd number, so he had not moved any animals out of the herd, at all, and that's very beneficial for us. So what we had to do then is trace back these source animals because they had not been in the herd for 5 years. So we traced back to each of those source herds and had to quarantine those herds. And the diagram that you've seen and communications we've had outside of the meetings, emails, kind of depicts, that network then when we went back and traced those animals. So the inside, the center of that is the Beltrami County CWD positive herd, and these arrows here all depict, 3 source herds that contributed each of those CWD positive animals. So that means we quarantined those herds. Now, because those animals had been in those 3 herds for that 5-year time period, either in that source herd or the Beltrami County herd. But in the interim, those 3 herds had sold animals to other producers as well. So then they had been in the herd at the same time as that one animal we're looking at. And so they're also considered exposed. So then we went out to those herds within Minnesota and quarantined those additional herds, as well as some of these herds that sent animals out of state. And so we have to identify all of the animals that were moved out of those herds but had been in contact with that the animal that was found CWD positive later in Beltrami. And so we have to notify our state counterparts with, that oversee farm service programs in those other states, and we notified them as well. And there were 8 states in this investigation of animals that had been sent out to. So we find all the exposed animals in these herds. Early in May, we requested appraisal and federal indemnity, and the window was closing for USDA to kind of designate all their indemnity funds. So we got all of that done, or USDA got all of that done. Thank you to Dr. Schaefbauer and her group that recruited appraisers from other parts of the country to help with this effort. But so all the animals got appraised, indemnity was requested, and then the USDA did come back and approve federal indemnity for most of these herds, with the exception of the Canadian County herd, because it had a large number of exposed animals in that herd, about 100 animals. And so that was beyond the funding that they had available at the time to, put toward indemnity. But the rest of these herds, the group here in the far, the upper left-hand corner, lower right-hand corner, all of the exposed animals in those herds that, were appraised, indemnified, the producers wanted the animals put down and they were tested for CWD and found not detected for CWD. And so those quarantines were released. And so now we've got four herds that remain quarantined in this investigation. They're kind of identified with sort of this red box outlining outside the blue line. And I'll just, what happened? That must be my last slide. Okay, so anyway, I'll just give you details about these four herds. The Winona County herd has been quarantined since last October and recently requested appraisal of animals in that herd, and that appraisal is planned to be scheduled. We have the Canadian County herd, and we just received notice late yesterday afternoon. We received confirmation from the USDA that funding will be awarded to the board through a cooperative agreement to provide indemnity for the Canadian County herd. And so they can, through a cooperative agreement, it extends the timeline for the money. They had to spend it by, the USDA would have had to spend it by mid-September, and it would have been too late to try to put a herd down in that timeline. But by giving it to us through a cooperative agreement and us distributing the funds to the producer, then it extends that time period for another year period of time. We want to go faster than that, but so that allowed the USDA to give the state of Minnesota money, the board money, and then work with the producer to get that herd put down and disposed of. We also, what they can't do is give us money to give back to a federal agency. So we're going to be contracting with USDA Wildlife Services with board funds to put these animals down. And that's a relatively small component, but the funding for indemnity and then disposal of the carcasses is in the cooperative agreement. So that was just confirmed yesterday afternoon, and we'll start that planning process for this fall. Then the Hennepin County producer has, at this point in time, decided to stay quarantined for that 5-year timeline that's allowed by USDA program standards. And what the options are is you can put the exposed animals down, test them for chronic wasting disease, and if they test not detected, release to quarantine. Or you can wait for a 5-year period of time from when these exposed animals were last exposed to a positive animal. And then if that 5-year timeline has been met, no CWD has been detected in the herd, they're sampling as normal, and those animals are still alive and healthy looking, the quarantine can be released. And at this point, he was choosing to do that. The last herd, the Dakota County producer, at this point has not accepted the indemnity, and so he has that 5-year timeline as well, unless at some point in time, later in time, he would choose to take indemnity from those animals. So that's the status. We have been continuing to monitor these herds. They have been continuing to submit samples directly to the National Veterinary Services Laboratory in Ames, Iowa for testing because they're under investigation. And so we have continued to get test results of not detected from the animals that have been tested in these herds. And that's the status of the investigation. Yes.
Yes, the Dakota County farm will be in the same time frame as the Hennepin County farm because of they purchased from them. So that 5 years for the Hennepin County farm, when it hits that will then automatically trigger the release of the Dakota or not?
Right, and the positive animal in the Hennepin County herd left that herd in October 2017. So 5 years from that time is October 2022. So they basically have a little more than a year to meet that 5-year timeline for both of those herds. It's a little different for the other two producers because the positive animals left their herds at a different timeline. So,
Shown on the bottom one is was there elk also involved with the Beltrami or just the whitetail?
well, the whitetail, we're in the Beltrami County herd, but when we go back to the Hennepin County herd, that is a combined herd of elk and whitetail deer.
What about the Dakota County?
Right, and the reason the Dakota County herd is quarantined is he received elk from the Hennepin County producer. So because we consider the elk and the whitetail deer exposed in Hennepin County, the elk, the Dakota County person received were part of that exposed group as well.
So you're doing a trace back on a trace back?
No, the elk and the whitetail deer are considered one herd, right? And any animals that were in the herd at the same time that CWD positive animal was in the herd are considered exposed. And so those exposed animals, some of those exposed animals got sold by the Hennepin County producer.
Oh, so nothing from Dakota County went to Beltrami?
No, there's no arrow going, no.
Dr. Hawkins?
Well, we're on this particular topic and everything. It seems with a disease with such a long time between exposure and signs and everything, it sets itself up very perfectly to have something where we have more permitted, a way to permit transactions and moving of animals. So it isn't until the purple thing happens and now you got to go out and find everything, that there's a paper trail already in place that can happen fairly quickly and everything. But I understand there's cost involved and a whole process involved. And since we don't have other states I've lived in, been a veterinarian in, there was interstate movement certificates to veterinarians, just like the cross state line certificates. I get inter and intra stuff sometimes. So, and that's for livestock and everyone. If you move an animal from your farm to somebody else's farm, you have to have a movement permit, health certificate, so to speak. And I wonder if this isn't something that the board should consider for future, that we try to get a better handle on where animals are moving.
We have movement reporting requirements for within state movements. So for farm cervids, they have to report the movements currently at this time within 14 days of the movement. So it doesn't have to be a veterinary signature on the form, but it has to be both the buyer and seller, the sender and the receiver, as it were, sign those forms saying, these animals were moved from here, from this place to this place on this date, and have the official ID along with age and sex of the animal on a movement form. So, and that is entered into our database. And so when we are tracing these, we have this information pretty readily at our.
I wasn't aware of that, so I'm much happier understanding that. Thank you.
Brenda?
I think what Dr. Hawkins was alluding to is that there would be, the board would give permission for movement before the movement occurs, which you're receiving now is after it already happened. So if there's an issue with what happened, there's been exposure already. Could that have been prevented with a pre-approved?
Are you asking a question?
It's not a question, sorry, it's a comment.
Okay, anything else?
What was the Beltrami guy, was he in full compliance with all his testings? And you said he started in 2017?
Right.
Had he been testing 100% all along until?
He'd been testing, but was not in compliance. We're struggling to keep him in compliance, right? He did not complete the training to become an authorized collector, and had poor quality samples that were submitted. Were kind of a first alert in the fall of 2020. just last fall, right? And so then there was some increased mortality that didn't get reported last winter.
Did they have miss?
And that was while he was quarantined,
Did
sorry.
they have miss samples?
He missed quite a number of samples between last fall and when the CWD exposed animals were tested. There were animals that died in January and February, weren't tested until April, 5 adults, and then we had a number of adults that were found dead in the pen, but that was when they went in to depopulate the herd. There were also a number of fawns that were being that had died as well and reported.
Okay. Any other questions at all?
And that's my updates.
So that takes us up to noon.
The lunches are out there.
Okay, all right, we will take about a 15-minute break, and if nothing else, we can get started and finish up. But let's start up again at 12:30, 18 minutes. So she's going to give us a Board of Animal Health update.
So everyone, first of all, thank you to everybody that's here today, and also thank you to those of you on the phone. I'm going to get away from some of the science and background and just talk a little bit about the board for a few moments. And I had the opportunity this year that we had the state fair to be able to go to the state fair a couple of times, and one of the people that I ran into in the Maricopa Birth Center, I was actually looking for Dr. Nate. Brian and I accompanied her for cleaning and disinfection one night, but ran into Mark Goodrich. And I think anybody in here not know who Mark Goodrich is? Oh goodness. So Mark has been, Dean, help me out here. Mark has been in charge of the livestock at the state fair for decades. Am I right?
Well, he's been, Steve Polk would have been in that capacity prior to Mark. So I'd say it's probably been 10 to 12 years probably that he's been in charge of it, and he was under Steve before that. So yeah, he's been around a long time.
Yeah, and Mark is, he just, and the reason I bring it up, he just retired during the state fair meeting this last spring, which was virtual. They gave him an award, but and Michael, when you first started, I think within the first month, you and I went out for lunch with Mark and their communications person at that point. Mark has always been just a fantastic person to deal with when it comes to the state fair. And for those of you who don't realize, the Board of Animal Health, because we permit exhibitions, which are fairs, we also end up permitting the state fair. So we work at the management of the state fair, which includes Mark and Steve and others, but also work with the state veterinary, or the state fair veterinarian also. Anyway, long way around. I was congratulating Mark on his award, and he said to me, you know, Dr. Thompson, agriculture has given me so much during my life, it's never seemed like it was a job. And so what I was considering for the board members here, for those of you on the phone too, I think it would be interesting within our next couple of board meetings to get Mark here to talk a little bit about what goes on behind the scenes at the state fair. I think that would be very interesting for us. And again, because we actually permit the fair, I think that would be somebody to get here and have talk. In addition to that, we have a couple of new board members. I'll start out with Dr. Hawkins. Dr. Hawkins has, well, full disclosure, I've known Dr. Hawkins for 15 years, something along those lines. She is not your usual swine veterinarian. She has a very unique position. And I guess I'd push it out there, maybe having a board meeting in Northfield And I don't know if Dr. Strobel would be willing to maybe allow us to see the facility.
Absolutely.
That you work in. Another idea, because, and then I'll move quickly to Dr. Fox. Dr. Fox, are you online? Did you come back?
I am, yep.
Great, another
Camera on.
for a long time. Since we actually had Dr. Fox come to one of our board work conferences. So Dr. Fox is one of I think a small number of vets in the state of Minnesota with an aquaculture background. So again, Dr. Fox, I think at a future board meeting, I think it would be wonderful for you to present, or at least, or maybe there's a facility that we could tour. I think would be very interesting with your background too. So
Lake of the Woods is good.
Say again?
Lake of the Woods would be good. Fish or aquaculture.
Okay. So those are some ideas I came up just for the board members to consider. A couple other things that I did want to get into on, let's see, first of all, African swine fever. We are going to hear from Dr. Hoefs here in just a little bit with a ASF update. I can tell all of you here in the room today that Dr. Hoefs and I are probably on, I would say, 78 conference calls every week just dealing with African swine fever. Dr. Schaefbauer talked about the introduction or the, finding it in the Dominican Republic. Things have really ramped up lately because of that, so I'll let Dr. Hoefs talk more about that in just a few minutes. Moving on then to a legislative update. Since the last legislature wrapped up after, I think, our last board meeting, some of the changes that I want to bring to everybody's attention, and again, this is probably information that's already out there, but what the board saw was mainly 3 modifications to our Cervid statute. So subdivision 5 of the Cervid statute was amended to allow the movement of farmed cervids from a CWD endemic area if an animal had tested negative for CWD, excuse me, with a live animal test that's validated by the U.S. Department of Agriculture. I'm reading specifically from the new law. That was the interchange that I had with Dr. Molgaard. With Dr. Larson's test on the horizon, is there an opportunity, Dr. Torrison, is there an opportunity to actually use that somehow? During a legislative hearing yesterday on CWD, that question came up. And what I said was, let's bring a present, whoever wants to start using this live test, let's have a presentation to our board and figure out the logistics, I think, of what needs to be done, if approved. Now, somebody should have kicked me in the shin, because we do have concurrent authority now with DNR over white-tailed deer. So the question becomes whether or not there would be some sort of approval too from the Department of Natural Resources. So something for us to think about. Then a second part of that cervidae statute that was amended, subdivision 11 was amended to allow a producer with the CWD infected herd to wait until indemnification process was completed before the herd was depopulated. Prior to this, that section talked about the appraisal process or appraisal being done. So that makes a lot more sense now versus appraisal versus getting that indemnification process completed. And then lastly, and I won't read this section of the new statute or the change to the statute in subdivision 14, Brenda Hartkoff brought up the question about how big of scope that concurrent authority between Department of Natural Resources and Board of Animal Health, but that's in that same section of the statute. Other than that, I think just one last thing that I wanted to touch on, because of the issues and because of the actions of the herd owner in Beltrami County, the board is leading the legal action that has commenced with that herd owner. We issued what's called a remedial order directed to that herd owner. In that order, we sought, or we are seeking, I guess, to hold that owner responsible for the costs of putting up that fence where the carcasses were dumped on that county land. Right now, there's really no timeline that has been established. Of course, that's being led by the Attorney General's office. So we're working very closely with the Attorney General's office. The producer, the farmer that was involved with this is entitled to a contested case proceeding, and he has asked for a contested case proceeding. So that case is ongoing at this point in time. I guess there's not much I can report out other than procedurally where we're at with that. Of course, and again, we're working very closely with the Attorney General's office on that matter. I think that's probably all I have at this point, Chair Compart, board members, unless you all have some questions or anybody has any questions for any of that.
Any questions for Dr. Thompson?
And maybe I'll get us back on track for time.
Okay. Okay.
Gary, also, how involved were you with the fencing or at Beltrami, or what did you, did the board have anything to do with it, or as far as where the fence was, or the cost of the fence, or how did it go? How was that process done?
Yeah, good question. So I'm trying to think back.
Was that all DNR, or was it?
Yeah, I don't know if I'd say it's all DNR. Now, they have the fence building experts, right? They've got some folks that build fences, exclusionary fences for their agency, whether it's around orchards or fruit trees, or orchards and fruit trees is probably the same thing, right? But they do have fence building experts there. They also have, when the state build something or put something together, we have to go through a process with requests for proposals and all of that. So they also have those contacts. So to your question, it really was DNR. I know I traveled up there a couple of times to see the site, meet the people, to meet the neighbors and things like that. But yes, it was DNR.
Well, just looking at the cost at $194,000. I mean, where was all that cost incurred? I mean, I've built a lot of fences in my life, and I've built a lot of deer fences. I mean, it was literally, I figured it was 10 to 12 times more cost per foot than what I could build a fence for. I mean, where did the cost come from? I don't understand where, that should have been $20,000.
I didn't build the fence, so I guess that would be
I'm saying it should have been a $20,000 fence, and it's almost $200,000. I don't get it. I don't get where that cost got incurred.
Yeah.
That was a cost for both materials and labor, we know that.
Well, I know what the cost of materials and labor are. I mean, like I said, I've built miles of fence in my place. And this is just, I mean, and I don't even know this guy, okay, and he did wrong, but this is an absurd amount of money to be thrown at a fence. And another question is, it's a dump site. Was there, did you know was there wild deer dumped there in the past from local hunters like down by us? I mean, was the bones that were collected?
So the investigation is ongoing in the whole legal matter, and I'm not sure if that question has been answered yet, but I'm sure it'll be answered during the lawsuit.
You know, we just got a lot of questions from our industry because we had a dump site up by Rochester that was never dealt with, where positive deer were dumped from the wild. And now Rochester has a wild positive inside right by Mayo Clinic, you know, downtown in St. Mary's. I mean, why is that dump site so critical that's being fenced, and we're ignoring all the other dump sites around the state of Minnesota? You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, well, and when we speak about the Beltrami, I mean, there was the issue of the quarantine of the herd. There was an issue, as Dr. Glaser went through, eventually we found the infection in that herd also. So that are a couple of pieces that fit into that whole piece of why things were done the way they were done. Not exclusionary, I mean, that wasn't the whole reason behind it.
But the bottom line is, it's the same disease there as it is here, right? You understand what I'm saying? It's not a different disease we're dealing with on one side of the fence than the other. I mean, if we're dealing with it one way here, why aren't we dealing with it another way here? Try to stop the spread. I don't understand what's going on.
Yeah, and I'm not quite sure I can answer that question for you. I think you're giving me a hypothetical or do you want an answer? I agree with you. It's the same disease on both sides of the fence. Right. I agree with you that.
And we're all here trying to stop it.
Yes.
Right.
Yes, we are.
Here is to try to stop it from we don't want it, they don't want it. Let's stop the disease. When farmers should be part of the solution. I mean, we've been targeted as the enemy here. Well, we should be part of the solution to fix this. I mean, we have the capabilities with deer in the fences. Well, the University of Alberta studies that released with our resistance, they showed yes, there is resistance to deer. And I've got 3 generations now that I've been working on for mine for resistant bloodlines. So will it pan out? We hope so. We know it did in scrapings. And the other thing is, as far as the epidemiology investigations that we're doing, why aren't we, have you ever looked at the scraping map versus the CWD map and place them on each other? It's ironic how close they run. You know, we know that scrapies can jump from sheep to deer. That was proven in Colorado State. Well, why, most of all of our farms back in the 50s, we had sheep on our farm when we grew up in the 50s and 60s. I mean, if we had scrapie laying around and it lasts for whatever, 20, 30 years, is that something, is it epidemiology-wise, we should be maybe looking a little further? Was there something else going on that, if it jumped in Colorado, is it jumping in Minnesota? I don't know. But maybe we should be looking at the next step.
Yeah, and you've met Dr. Donahue, the epidemiologist. That would be a good question for her. I'm not going to step outside of my role. I mean, I look to Dr. Donahue and her expertise in epidemiology. So I suggest maybe she could answer and go into some depth on that.
But it seems like we're going so far from stopping. This is what I see going on. There's more questions that need to be asked. I mean, if this was a human issue, we'd be knowing what they eat, where they eat. I mean, we should be going back a little bit further in the histories of these farms to see what was there and what else was out there. Feed sources, I just had a friend in Wisconsin who went positive, and the only source that they could show is they brought hay in a year and a half ago from North Dakota. So it goes back to Dr. Larson's deal again. Are we moving it in our hay sources? I don't know.
Well, and Dr. Wells too. I mean, that's a whole idea behind his study is how are we moving it around, right?
Right.
Okay. Any other questions? Okay. Thank you, Dr. Thompson.
And just to clarify, I got a thumbs up possibly from Dr. Hawkins and Dr. Fox for future board meetings. Excellent.
Okay, Dr. Jerry Torrison, Veterinary Diagnostic Laboratory update.
Okay, thanks. I probably have too many slides, but we'll try and go through them quickly and see what questions come up. Good. Oh, and I can maybe take the controller so that I can. Thank you very much. Okay, so wanted to give an update. We got funded from the state and from USDA for some equipment that will help us with our capacity to run higher volume testing in a disease outbreak and also help us with just day-to-day operations. I wanted to talk about that. A little bit about African swine fever and classical swine fever surveillance, just especially some of the new board members might not be as aware of what we do. And then an annual summary, we usually do that at this meeting, just how we closed out the last fiscal year in terms of volume activity. So this is in place now. This is a liquid handler that will help us do several things. One, we can process samples more efficiently because of automation, so that will reduce wear and tear on our people. It should help. We don't have a lot of issue with cross-contamination, but we occasionally have it, and so we think this will help reduce the risk of cross-contamination, and it will also allow us to have more automated reporting so that we don't have to do so much manual transcribing of information. And so this is kind of the first step in automation, and so this is I don't know if you can appreciate it, but it was just a little too tall for our lab, so we actually had to raise the roof in order to fit it in. So that's what a big deal it was. We raised the roof to get this in. It's actually 2 units back to back, which is nice because if one goes down, you've still got another one. That wasn't exactly the intention, but that's how it worked out. And so the punchline is, though, it has the potential to add 2,500 more samples per day. And so if we have a theoretical capacity to run 5,000 samples a day, that allows us to get up to 7,500 samples a day. And again, with reduced personnel, and so I think that's key, that a lot of those manipulations that would require a lot of people can be reduced. So we think that's really significant. So that is for preparing samples to be tested by PCR. And then we have also an instrument that, so this is federal funding now. This is a PCR machine that then can handle a higher format. And so instead of our usual, I don't know, most people have heard about 96 well plates. That's just what everybody uses for ELISAs and for PCRs. So a 96 well plate. A lot of the labs that were doing high throughput COVID testing use this 384 sample plate because you can just crank a lot more through. You know, if you have one PCR machine and if it's 96 well, you can usually run about 90 samples on it because of all the controls and everything. Well, in this case, you can run close to 380 samples during that same time frame. So you just get, you know, more donuts out of each batch of the bakery kind of a deal. And so this will add another capacity for 756 samples per 8-hour shift. And there's also a liquid handler that automates the PCR prep part of this, and that piece of equipment arrived Tuesday. And so everything's just finally getting in place and installed, and our staff is getting trained up by the manufacturers of these. We have to validate all of our tests on these, and so really when this all will be online and fully functional, sounds like a long ways off, but it's not. The first of the year is when we think everything will be all set and completely ready to go. So we appreciate the support for lobbying the legislature for this big unit, and this was through a USDA NOLM grant. Yeah.
And can you share how much that first machine cost?
Yeah, so all told, and so it's the machine, and it's the training, and it's the IT to be able to program it into our laboratory information system. The full grant was, I think, $675,000.
And what can you test in that machine? What diseases?
Yeah, so we have about 80 different PCR tests that we run in the lab, and so it runs the gamut from, so we can run avian influenza and Newcastle disease on poultry, but we routinely run those out of the poultry testing lab. Our high volume tests are pig diseases, so PRRS virus, porcine epidemic diarrhea virus, influenza virus, mycoplasma, which is a bacteria. On the bovine side, it's a lot of BVD testing in particular. Yonis, we don't test on this, it's a different platform. We can't run Yonis on this, it's just a different procedure. So those would be the big ones that we run through, but then there are multiple others that we run on there as well. Other questions on this? This combination of this PCR machine and the liquid handler was, I think it was, I'm trying to remember now, $280,000 for all of that. And so the tail on this is that the service contract agreements wind up being in the $7,000 to $10,000 range annually. And so, you know, it's the gift that keeps on giving, right? So operating costs are pretty significant. But it's, you know, the automation is well, for the reasons I explained, really valuable. Yes?
You said is that what we test for CWD, this machine?
No, this machine does not test for CWD. That's a different box that it's not unlike in terms of the process, but it has the shaking steps in it that this machine does.
In the last couple of years ago, some of our samples have to go to Michigan for some sort of preparation, but before they came back, does this take care of that? So
that was an entirely different test. So if everybody heard the question, we had to ship stuff out to Michigan for a period of time in order to get samples back that we could then read. So that's an immunohistochemistry test. And so the staining machine that we had was not accepted by USDA anymore. It wasn't considered adequate to have sensitive and specific enough staining so that we could read the slides. They weren't good enough quality staining. And we didn't have the right machine that was allowed by USDA, and it took a while in order to find out whether, so the vendor was trying to fix it, and then finally USDA said, nope, you're done. So Michigan had the right staining machine, and so we had to send stuff out to them until we could then get the right staining machine that was acceptable.
they don't go to Michigan at all anymore?
No.
Are you still at IHC then here? Or?
We still are doing immunohistochemistry until something else comes along. And I think it's been explained in meetings before that we do the immunohistochemistry test because that's a USDA approved test. We are very excited that there might be other improvements that would be available that are faster, better, cheaper options for that, because if you've heard Dr. Schefter give the presentation, it's a 30-step process for the immunohistochemistry and still subjective at the end of the day. And so some of the prospects for the RT Quick technology, we think, again, has to go through some approval processes, but we think that can be a faster, better, cheaper way for testing. Any questions on this? Okay. So this is just to give you an idea of other directions that we're heading. And so the NOLM had another round of grant proposal requests, and so we submitted for an upgrade on our online submissions. We asked for a lot of money for remodeling our laboratory receiving area. As we get sort of better on the back end in terms of efficiency for testing, we also have to look at the front end. And the real bottleneck that a lot of labs encountered with all the COVID testing was the laboratory receiving, so accessioning and processing samples. And our lab built in, 30 years ago, great lab, but that's the choke point for us right now. So we're looking at remodeling that. Also, some funding for ASF sample submission training. So developing training materials and working with the Board of Animal Health and actually getting out into the field more along the lines of what the National Poultry Improvement Plan does. And then as part of another project with some other diagnostic labs, another thing that we learned in the COVID testing is that you need more than one option for supplies, reagents, kits. And so we've done some other work with what's called a negative cohort study. We can't test samples with African swine fever because we don't want it in the country, but we can test samples without it and make sure that all of our tests come back negative, so we can determine the specificity of the test, the ability to identify a true negative. And so in discussions with USDA, they see that there's some value in evaluating some commercial test kits that are used in other countries with African swine fever, so we're working on that. And then finally, through a separate funding stream, Minnesota is the lead. It's not us, it's the Center for Animal Health and Food Safety, along with a lab and researchers at Ohio State University, looking at getting out into the field with more point-of-care testing evaluating other approaches for foreign animal disease surveillance and response. And obviously that's a big number. We'll see how that all goes. And that would be including overseas. Originally, we proposed it for Vietnam and Cambodia. We might see if we can change it to Dominican Republic. We actually have a faculty member in the Dominican Republic right now working with their veterinarians in their university in their African swine fever response. So it's separate from USDA, but we're all aware of each other and making sure that we're trying to collaborate. But sometimes universities can do things that USDA can't just because of certain constraints. So, any questions on those? Just as other things that we're looking at? Yes, Dr. Thompson.
I might have visited that project, how many years?
For all of these, or?
No, the bottom.
Oh, this one is a 5-year.
5-year?
Yeah, I think so. I can lose track. Too many grant proposals.
Dave, when will you know yes or no on all of these?
Yeah, that's a good question. They're supposed to be being fast-tracked. I mean, the call for proposals was super fast. We had about a month to put all these together, which seems like a long time, but it's not. They think they'll be able to get us an answer by the end of October. That was the initial hope. And then potentially funding out early next year. So we'll see. Okay, thank you. Oh yeah, I didn't fill in the blank here. So then there's another big call, we think, coming up. So this is another pot of money that is through the American Rescue Plan. USDA was allocated $300 million. Specifically, it says to advance surveillance for SARS-CoV-2 and other emerging zoonotic diseases. Okay, so the interpretation of that from this National Animal Health Laboratory Network that USDA has is that everything that we do to build our infrastructure for animal disease surveillance would also apply to SARS-CoV-2 or other emerging zoonotic diseases. And so we are not yet there in terms of the call for proposals. We think it might be yet this fall. I don't know if anybody has any more information on that. But right now there's a comment period that I think ends sometime in October. Sorry, I meant to look that up and didn't close the loop on that. So probably something coming. And the difference with this one, you saw in the last list of proposals that we're requesting some money for remodeling. That's kind of a stretch for that known funding stream. This one allows brick and mortar work, and so that last proposal was sort of a dress rehearsal for this one, where we'll have some more specific requests for funding for remodeling lab space that we need in order to be more efficient. So, questions on that? Yes, Dr. Thompson.
Sorry, I should have just talked to you about this. So is AAVLD going to comment during this period on this? Yeah.
Yeah, there's stuff going around. So the American Association of Veterinary Laboratory Diagnosticians is our accrediting agent, or our accrediting body for our lab. So we're accredited by the AAVLD. It's also our trade organization, I guess you would call it. And so, yes, there are committees drafting responses that are promoting different ideas. And actually, we also participated in a round of interviews. So federal agencies have, I think it's every 5 years, a review that's done by a specific, it's not really, it's a fact-finding group. And so they came around earlier this spring and asked specifically about the known and what needs there are. And so we had an opportunity to sort of pre-form some of the responses. And so that's, I think, where they came up with some of this strategic framework and focal areas and associated activities. So
I hadn't put those two together. But
yeah,
okay.
yeah. Okay. So ASF, CSF surveillance, others have talked about this. We participate as a lab that is one of 10 that's doing active surveillance, so clinical cases that come through our lab, and also samples that go through slaughter facilities come to our lab for ASF and CSF testing. And so we do that every week, and it's somewhere between 20 to 50 samples a week right now. It's up a little bit from before. And then there are also, we're one of 48 labs that are able to test for a foreign animal disease investigation. And so if there are clinical signs or lesions or things identified out in the field that warrant an African swine fever or classical swine fever investigation, we're able to do that testing. And I think there have been about 2 in the last 5 years in Minnesota, because the clinical signs look like almost all the other systemic diseases that we have. So we're really reliant on active surveillance. And then USDA is providing some of these seminars exactly right now. Excuse me. Okay. So just wanted you to be aware, with all the information going around about African swine fever, that there is a program and that we're participating on both sides. And then briefly, we were also asked by the Swine Health Information Center to lead an evaluation of lessons learned among veterinary diagnostic labs through the pandemic. So 32 labs were testing for SARS-CoV-2, 14 animal samples only, 18 testing animal and human, or only human samples. So we were one of the ones that could test both. And so we'll be reporting at the Layman Conference and also at the AAVLD meeting our findings, and then publishing it. AAVLD also conducted a survey, and NOM conducted a survey. So we might combine them all into one product, or we might keep them separated. But just, these are some of the, I won't go through them, but some of the sort of top of mind things that came out of all that. Okay. And then finally, an annual summary. So this is procedures by species, and so we took a little bit of a hit, well actually a pretty significant hit in fiscal year 21. We were going pretty well until the pandemic hit, and a lot of the commodity groups had issues with not health challenges, but getting animals processed challenges, and so we saw some business drop off, especially on the pig side. The turkey side is actually up. We've developed some panels to do a lot of serology, and so some other of our poultry work went away, but the number of procedures specific for serology has increased, and so that's offset some of the reductions in other species, and so that's kind of the whole picture. But overall, we're down double-digit % for the year, and so that's on procedures by species. Some people like to see by laboratory as well, and so this is so at the top, the molecular diagnostics lab. The PCR lab traditionally has done somewhere in the 40 to 50% range of all the procedures in our lab, because people are very reliant on that real time. You know, it's relatively inexpensive. Okay, each test is expensive, but the amount of information that you get, so it's fast and very sensitive and relatively inexpensive. So that's where a lot of the drop off came, was the PCR testing, because people were more worried about how to kill healthy pigs than maybe how to keep pigs healthy. And so that was kind of an odd twist last year. And serology, there weren't, a lot of our serology on the pig side has to do with exports, and exports really dropped off between trade wars and pandemic stuff. And so Lab for Health has been a big lab for us. That's our mastitis lab. That dropped off mostly from a couple of big accounts that decided to quit doing their mastitis program. And so now we're picking it up with some other smaller clients over time. So again, same numbers at the bottom, but you can kind of see the distribution by the laboratory section. So questions on any of that?
What is the outsourced?
Yeah, so outsourced lab service. For example, when we had to send stuff out to Michigan for the immunohistochemistry, that means it's stuff we don't do in our lab, so we send it out to somebody else. And so we don't have an in-house clinical laboratory, you know, for serum profiles and that, so we send that out. So that tends to change over time, and so that happened to be up because mostly from some necropsy cases with some investigations looking at odd stuff that we don't do all the time.
Yeah, I was wondering if, COVID or anything affected that.
Not really. No.
Okay.
Okay, that's it. That's what I have. Yeah.
Any questions? Any more questions for Jerry? Was there some talk about another alkaline digester that could possibly be in the works?
Yeah, so that's another good question. And so the alkaline hydrolysis digester, or just the digester, is how we get rid of carcasses, all of our carcasses, and that's the multi-million-dollar pressure cooker that Mad Cow buys. And so it's able to inactivate prions and is able to then be neutralized adequately, and it can just go down into the sanitary sewer. Ours is beyond its expected lifespan originally. We've invested a lot into keeping it going, and it's a good opportunity for the state of Minnesota, the University of Minnesota, and the Department of Natural Resources to look at, I think, this is me talking, a pooled asset somewhere. So the University of Minnesota, all the animal stuff comes to us. So the research stuff over in Minneapolis, our farm animals on the St. Paul campus are disposed of through our digester, and it's getting old. And so we're trying to figure out to go through capital projects through the University of Minnesota, which is about a 5+ year process, or maybe this USDA funding is an option, or maybe some other state initiative where we would say, all right, let's all get our heads together and figure out how big it needs to be, who should run it, and all that kind of stuff.
What's the capacity of the digester?
Yeah, so our digester can handle 7,000 pounds per cycle, and we can run about 2 cycles, or a cycle every other day. Assuming all the sensors, it's got a lot of sensors and actuators, and we've matured to the point where we thought we had all the spare parts we needed to be able to fix it within a day, and then we find something else that goes out. We need 2 of those on the shelf. So, but that's the capacity.
Dr. Glaser.
Are you thinking about if you replace it, you'd house it at the same location and replace the piece of equipment you have, or what? Any thoughts on?
We think it's it might be that there can be a couple of them in the state. It might be that there's one at the University of Minnesota that serves certain geography, and another one somewhere else that serves another geography. We think it would be hard to function with what we've got, and how do you replace the engine when you're still driving, kind of a deal. So we think it might have to be a different location, and the good news is we've got the infrastructure in place, but it would be hard to just, you don't just, it's not like changing batteries.
Yeah.
So we have ideas on where it could be, but it doesn't mean that's where everybody else thinks.
Any other questions for Dr. Torrison? Okay, thank you.
Hey, Dean.
Yes, sir.
I'd like to back up here a minute.
Okay.
Michael, can you put up the picture of the map of the DNR fence that you sent out? Have you got that in your computer?
Linda,
It was in your handouts.
do you know if we have a picture of the DNR maps? Or the DNR
I
fence?
can look through my computer.
Well, anyhow, I've been processing the conversations here. And earlier this morning, Mr. Wells was going on about the years he spent trying to research how CWD is spread. It's extremely complicated. And we had this really unfortunate event in Beltrami where this remains were put on public land. And everyone can pretty much agree that that's really unfortunate. And then a while ago, Mr. Olson was criticizing the DNR for all the money they spent on it. Well, I also built quite a bit of fence in my life, and I know what it involves. But this situation was really unique. It was a remote location. It's in forested ground, it's wet ground. And so I think we need to compliment the DNR for stepping up and going in and taking care of this problem, even though it cost a lot of money. They had to get there, they took their own highly paid personnel to a remote location. They cleared the area of forest for a wide area. And I wish we had a picture that you sent out yesterday, but it shows what a complex problem this was. So personally, I would like to compliment the DNR for stepping up and taking care of this issue on their own, at their own expense. And hopefully we can recover some of the cost of it. But I think they're beyond criticism for stepping up and doing this job, and I would like to acknowledge that.
Okay, thank you, Jim.
That's all I have, so you can move on.
All right, thanks. Okay, we are at nitrogen depopulation exercise. Lucy Hunt, welcome.
Yes, thank you so much. Let's see, quicker. Thanks so much for inviting me here today. Quite an honor to be here with the board. I've got the slideshow up here, and I've got my notes down here, and my first warning is that this is an amalgamation of about 4 different slide decks, so they're not my own. So I'll be using my notes just to make sure that I'm giving you all the right information. And the second warning is that I don't have any actual data to present to you today. This is just the first year of a 2-year project, so no hard numbers today, but I'll definitely come back this time next year and fill you in on what we've come up with. Okay, so our project participants, we have Dr. Todd Williams from Pipestone doing a lot of the work on the veterinary side. Julian Spari from Live Tech. This is a UK company. Jeff Hill from Livestock Welfare Strategies. Jeff is kind of our animal welfare type expert. Gary Flory is consulting on our disposal, the disposal part of the project. And then me with the Minnesota Department of Agriculture, kind of doing the grant administration work, keeping everybody happy and paid. And speaking of our grants, this is a doubling up, I guess, of a couple of different grants that we did get, one from the National Forage Board and one from the USDA's NADPREP fund. So let's just talk about kind of the current environment for swine depopulation. We've got several methods available to us at this point, some containerized gassing systems, several electrocution variations, some captive bolt schemes that can be fit in a few different ways. Gunshot, of course, there's ventilation shutdown plus. And so to add to that, one of the new technologies that we're looking at is this nitrogen foam. So I'll tell you a little bit more about the concepts behind this method, as we really kind of have to continue to figure out what are the pros and cons, how that fits into this list of available methods. So let's talk about the choice of gases first. Inert gases, and those are things like nitrogen and argon. Those have a worldwide acceptance. Those are quite preferred in the EU, especially. They're preferred for both euthanasia, mass depopulation, and also in the packing world.
However, they do get a little technically challenging, these gases. You have to maintain less than 2% of oxygen. So that's kind of a difficult chore. Also, the buoyancy of the gases makes them really good at escaping whatever you're putting them in. So coming down to carbon dioxide then, we're all pretty familiar with carbon dioxide. We've done a lot of work with carbon dioxide here. The density of carbon dioxide is really favorable. It's heavier than air, so it just sinks into whatever container you're using. So it's a little less technical to work with, but there are some animal welfare concerns that come with it. The carbonic acid development in the blood, and also it does not have this worldwide acceptance. There's some reactivity to carbon dioxide. So looking at, and I guess one of the other fronts is working at an inert / carbon dioxide mixture. So we'll get a little better idea of what nitrogen can do for us. Now I want to talk about the foam side of things. A lot of you here and on the line have experienced or have experience with this medium expansion firefighting foam. This is something that we've used for poultry depopulation. We're all pretty comfortable with it. The expansion ratio of these foams just means the proportion of foam to gas, you know, if it's air or whatever you're putting into those little bubbles. This medium expansion firefighting foam was developed by Eric Benson and his colleagues out at the Delaware Department of Animal and Food Sciences. But the mode of action here is occlusion. So that means that the trachea is blocked to prevent the passage of air. And it is approved by the AVMA and the depopulation standards for poultry, but has not been approved for use in Canada or Europe due to the mode of action. So the use of gas then for depopulation has been extensively studied, used, but like I mentioned, it kind of escapes its container. So we're trying to find a way to marry up the use of gas with the foam. So we look at a different kind of foam. This is another sort of firefighting foam. You can see the difference in the bubble size here, just the expansion rate, you know, kind of the shaving cream versus the bubble bath type of foam that we're getting. Our proposal for this project was to put nitrogen gas inside those big bubbles. And so blowing that gas through the foam to make the bubbles, and then using the strength of the bubble to keep the nitrogen in place and in our container before the animals would move around, pop the bubbles, and then be exposed to the nitrogen gas. So bubbles are kind of a carrier just for the nitrogen gas. And I also want to point out the water savings here. The left picture here with the big bubbles, that's 25 gallons of water per 1,000 cubic feet versus our 94. So we're using about a quarter of the water with the high expansion foam. And if any of you remember back in turkey barns, those barns would be pretty hard to dry out after a foaming event, just because it would just soak into those dirt pores. So using less water and delivering the gas for a different method of death. Some of the research that's been going on, there's been a lot of research, a whole series of work projects funded by the UK and Dutch governments and the UK poultry industry. They've been actually using nitrogen foam depopulation now as a consequence of Brexit. There has been kind of the foreign labor source in their slaughterhouses has vanished, and so they're having sort of what we went through last year on the pork side, but with their chickens. So they've been using this extensively over the last few months, since this summer, to depopulate. I think they're up to millions of chickens just using this method alone. And I will point out here's some of the data here from their studies. You can see right in the middle there, the mean time to loss of consciousness was 30 seconds and 18 seconds in broilers. So that's pretty amazing when you think about how fast nitrogen works. And animals and people don't have the aversion to nitrogen because it's 80% of the air we're already breathing. So there's not that reaction to high nitrogen concentrations. And then kind of putting that all together, the foam plus the nitrogen, into this nitrogen foam delivery system. You'll see it condensed to NFDS, what we call it. So on the left there, we've got our nitrogen, liquid nitrogen supply. And on the right, in the brown cube, is the water. We'll vaporize the liquid nitrogen, turn that into a gas, as we have a steady stream of gas. Mix that with our water tank and bring that into our control panel. That'll be this drum. I don't know what this is. This is a drum of our foam right here in the middle. And then that'll go through the manifold systems out to these foam generating units. So it's a fairly simple system. You know, add gas plus foam plus water and boom. Don't tell the engineers I said that. And then this is what it looks like in real life. So this unit was actually built to ship over to the US. So this is a 20-foot shipping container, floated over here last June from England, and landed in, this is in New Orleans, and right now it's mounted to a gooseneck trailer, just a regular pull-behind trailer. You could pull it with a 3/4 ton pickup. But you can see here on the far side, you've got your control panel. And then in the middle, we've got our manifold distribution system. Down at the bottom is our foam reservoir. And here's our water pumping system on the right, or on the left, sorry. You can see that really big pipe in the back. That is the nitrogen gas pipe. Can I keep that a real large diameter pipe, and that will recirculate because you're not pumping out nitrogen all the time. You're keeping it recirculation for when you want to turn that on. That'll be ready for you to go. So it's pretty condensed here. And then I have a little video. Let's see how this works. I wonder if I have to play it for you. There we go. So there's a demonstration of the foam. Again, it looks a lot like the turkey foam. That if you've seen that, I come out there putting this into a large poultry house. You see how it stacks up.
Lucy, I mean, it is so light, you know, that day that we were out there, a little bit of wind just picked
This
it up.
is indoors.
Yeah.
Good point, Beth. Yes, there's definitely something to be said for indoor trials versus southwestern Minnesota trials with the constant wind. So again, here are the bubbles. You see how big they are, and you can kind of see how they stack up like that. They kind of stack up above the top of your container. And what the formula is that depending on how tall the animal is that you're using, and we tried all different size classes from isoes up to sows, you do 3 times that stacked up high. Because as you're pouring the foam in, the animals are moving underneath and popping those bubbles. So you need to keep kind of a constant fill. And then it'll get up to above their heads and twice more before the dwell time. So some of the benefits of using this system, the flexibility and adaptability of it, the design of it can use basically any style of gas that you start out with, whether that's compressed nitrogen, a pumper truck like what we had on our project, nitrogen generators, liquid nitrogen with a vaporizer, and that vaporizer section is kind of to be added. It can be used on a centralized depopulation site. It can be brought out to an on-farm application. It's got kind of a modular design, so depending on how big you need it to go, there's a gantry system available for driving trucks underneath it and filling those. So it's a real flexible scaling, and all a producer would have to really provide is the container at the end, whether that is, you know, a barn area, roll-off container, a walking floor trailer, a dump trailer. We used corrals, earthen pits, you know, basically anything that will contain, you know, the right height of this foam. It's also, you know, pretty limited equipment. It's built simply, so maintenance and repair is kept to a minimum. And there's minimal PPE required. The foam itself, well, they originally started out using Johnson's baby shampoo, so it's the foam is non-toxic. You know, you can touch it, but there's really no need to. There's no contact with the animals. There's no contact with the foam necessarily. And so that minimizes kind of the emotional and the psychological impacts for your operators and for your members. As far as operators go, there's going to be one person at the control, kind of just making sure all of the gas and water and foam come out correctly. You'll need, of course, animal handlers to get the animals into your container. And then, you know, some heavy equipment, whether, you know, it's an excavator type equipment to get carcasses out. So it's really a minimal personnel needs for this, for what we were doing for that project. So our project objectives then for this year were to develop these techniques with this live tech system. We wanted to validate the system because, like I mentioned, it has been used on poultry quite extensively, but not pigs. So part of the project this summer was to validate it on those different size classes and see how that all went. And then thirdly, to determine how this depopulation method informs our disposal methods. So we've got a couple things going there in our big project, and of course big projects require big data. Hats off to Dr. Williams, because he's in charge of all this stuff, and so we're collecting just gobs and gobs of data on this project. Just the sheer number of animals involved is quite a lot, and so we've, like I said, we've worked with sows, market pigs, and isobeans on the project. 10 animals out of every treatment batch are fitted with ear tags, and these ear tags have biosensors in them to measure vitals and movement. They also have external kind of Fitbits strapped to their legs for accelerometers to determine when movement stops. And they also, some of them have implanted devices that will again measure the internal vital signs. So all of that goes back to Todd's computer. And there were also a couple of trials using sedated piglets hooked up to EKGs, just to really get a much better idea about how this method is working and how fast the death occurs. So, and then in addition to all of that, part of the project is to determine the cause of death. We're wanting to stay away from the occlusion. We want to go toward anoxia. And so they did necropsies and inspected trachea from these 10 pigs and determined whether or not the foam had actually entered the trachea. Oh, and then the final piece of data, the final piece of data is that we had cameras set up on all of the pens. And so they were looking down from different angles. And that was to be able to determine movement of the pigs, kind of any escape behaviors, trying to get away from the foam, that sort of thing. So all of this data requires a lot of analysis. That's why I don't have any data for you this time. So here are some of these outcomes that we would like to see out of the project here. Of course, making sure that this is a humane and effective method for mass depopulation. And we're always worried about biosecurity and making sure that we can take as little as possible into an infected barn or infected farm, and how much can we keep outside of our line of separation versus how much we need to keep inside. So any C&D issues will be worked out after that. And then we want to make sure that we can do this anywhere. This can't have a lot of specialized equipment, like I mentioned, just an earthen pit. Everybody's got that if they got land. If they don't have land, then a temporary container of some kind. So it's not proving a couple of those things. And then just making sure that we can have more options for our team before depopulation or before an outbreak exists. So our next steps, you can see we've only just begun with our summer work. The next steps, well, right now we're reviewing our compost, and I didn't know how much time I would have, so I kind of kept the disposal stuff to the end. But we were looking at our disposal methods right now. This winter, probably around mid-January, we'll be back out in Lamberton. Hopefully it's nice and cold then, because we're going to be, if we can't use this equipment in the dead of winter in Minnesota, what's the point? We can't just have summer, you can't have the Camaro, right? You gotta have the Subaru. And you gotta make sure that this works, that it's not gonna freeze up, that the bubbles are all gonna be, they're not gonna freeze and pop. So that's kind of our winter trial in January. Again, we'll be doing the wintertime composting disposal methods and just monitoring that through next summer. So a little bit of work ahead of us. And then just kind of an overview of the site. This is the site down in Lamberton. They mowed down one of their soybean fields for us. So you can see the live stock trailers come in, back up, and we have a little alley for the pigs to come out. There is a roll-off container. You can see animals in there. The second one is our corral. That's just plywood and snow fence, basically. And then an earthen pit here. So those are our 3 trials. The green circle is that 20-foot shipping container, the NFDS itself. And then the pink circle is the big nitrogen pumper. This pumper was very expensive and very big, and it was only for this trial. In a real life situation, we wouldn't bring that kind of equipment in. That was only because we're doing a lot of stopping, starting. We'd run the foamer for 2 to 4 minutes and then turn it off for an hour and a half while we were doing all of that data collection. So that would be different for a regular. And then we've got kind of above the green circle is our water tank from the farm. And here, down in the back here, this is all of our disposal section. These are our compost windrows. Here is an above ground burial trench. So it takes a little bit of room, but we'll be right back here in the same spot in the winter. And then just some preliminary results. We did get 100% rate of death. We did not have any survivors. And so that was really positive. Looking at the trachea, there was minimal ingestion of the foam. And we got pretty good at our fill time. Beth mentioned the wind, and that's certainly a factor, an environmental factor. Those soybeans looked like they were covered in snow for a little bit when those winds really picked up. So we thought we were going to kind of retrofit those foam generating units with kind of an elephant trunk device to just really focus that foam into the container itself. And we learned some lessons about the mix, if we want a drier mix or a wetter mix of foam. So, and then of course going through all of that data will inform some of our next steps too.
Dr. Glaser?
You say minimal ingestion of foam when they examine the tracheas. Does that mean it was more occlusion then?
The tricky part about this is that, of course, we were out there when it was 100 degrees. And if you leave pigs out in 100-degree weather for a while, and of course, a lot of these were sick pigs that came to us anyway, so they came huffing and puffing to begin with. So it's a bit inconclusive to say whether or not the bubbles were breathed in or just generated from a dying animal. Anyway, so there was a little bit of difficulty trying to determine exactly where that foam came from. But that was
what you're trying to get toward, knowing that they're breathing it in the nitrogen versus just occluding, right? So
yes.
Prove it. They don't know that they're going to be able to document that though, or?
I think that was only in a couple of cases that they did find foam in there. So we'll kind of match that up with our weather data and kind of maybe not hard data, but maybe some strong conclusions. We'll see what Dr. Williams comes up with. And then I don't know how I'm doing on time. Do you want to look at the disposal stuff? It doesn't take too long.
Okay.
Yep. Good. Okay. So whole carcass composting, you've all probably seen this cartoon before. We've got a base layer of carbon. We used some leftover carbon from our 2020 work in the Sewer County. And of course our whole carcasses in the middle there and capped on top. This is the scene. Where we just had the whole carcasses laid out like that in a single row and then capped those. The other treatment was grinding and composting. Again, something we're pretty familiar with. We've done a lot of this. Take our carcasses and grind them up with the carbon source. So we had our operator there in the excavator and he was just amazing. It does take a bit of a fine touch in one of those heavy machines to get the carcasses in the right places. One of the new methods that we tried this year for disposal is called above ground burial. So if you haven't heard about this, it basically takes the power of the soil microbes. Obviously in a compost pile, we're trying to make all the microbes happy. So when they get to work, they'll decompose our organic materials. So there's already a lot of microbes in the top, probably 20 inches of soil. So taking advantage of that is the concept behind above ground burial. So the first step is that you dig your trench, and this is about 20 to 24 inches deep, so shallow burial. A lot of times we're worried about water tables. This is a lot easier to get into a high water table than deep burial, which would be off the table in many areas. We'll add our carbon base. Again, you can use anything. We used those leftover wood chips. You can use any sort of carbon source at the bottom there, about 6 inches of it. You'll place your carcasses here. in either whole carcass, and so we have one trench that is with whole carcasses and one trench that is with our ground mixed carcasses. And then cap that back over with the excavated soil. So, so if you have a shortage of carbon, this takes a whole lot less of it than a compost would grow. So now we have our mounds of our mounded trenches, and then throw some native grass seed on that, and then let it go. There's no turning, there's no moving, there's no rearranging. These will all just decompose over the course of probably about a year. And then once that is all done, then you just regrade your trenches and back to your normal land use. So that's the theory. We'll see how this goes. This is one of the biggest trials of above ground burial to date. So that's the disposal site.
So then it's anaerobic, right?
No, not, yes and no. You do get some air movement in there, just with the carbon. You have to use carbon that's a little bit big so you can keep the air moving. But yes, there's a lot of anaerobic decomposition there. However, in all of the trials, they have not had any issues with scavengers or odors or flies or anything like that. So they've done these in a number of situations, from arid North Africa to South Dakota to Oklahoma, Virginia. So it's been done in quite a few different environments, and they've had pretty good success with it. They've done it on several different species as well. The one thing that that they are looking at now is virus elimination. Does this get hot enough, or what's the virus status afterward? And they've given them working with entomologists to see if those decomposing critters are going to be able to spread any kind of virus. So that would be one issue that's still kind of under consideration for the above ground burial technique.
How long does it take for that foam? If you cover everything up with foam, now you want to go in and start to remove.
Yes.
How long does that foam hold up?
The dwell time is, I think we had it at 10 minutes. So once it was filled, let it go for 10 minutes, and then we just use leaf blowers. You could just leave it and, for however long, but we just use leaf blowers to uncover the carcasses, because we had to get back in there and look at the right things and stuff. So it will just normally pop on its own, just like the turkey foam. But yeah, just 10 minutes of dwell time will do it.
Any other questions? Jerry?
I've got a comment for
The hardest animal to euthanize with an injectable is one that's almost dead, just in terms of the physiological response. Were you comparing any, did you track if you had tagged any sick animals versus well animals, just in terms of the dwell time that you might have to use if it was a sick animal?
I don't know where all of these animals came from. I assume that Dr. Williams is going to take that into account. He knows where all these, if these barns, were, I don't know if they had PRRS or what, but I don't know how he's going to work that out. But yeah, some of them were definitely not feeling good that day. But then they were feeling great because they got this nice bubble bath. So.
Yeah, so first of all, I want everybody to understand. So Lucy Hunt is a employee of the Minnesota Department of Agriculture. All state agencies, we get funding from the legislature. This project, Lucy went out and got the funding for. This was not state funding. This is something that was a competitive process, and you've got other projects out there too that you've gone out and sought out this money. Over and above that, the state animal health officials across the United States are recognizing Lucy and the work that she's doing right now. I mean, it's a whole group of people, but Lucy's the one that's out there, beating down the door saying, let's get some funding together and let's do something about this, and let's try this. And I'm the one on those state calls saying, That's great, guys, but it's gotta work in the winter in Minnesota. So hats off to Lucy. I so appreciate everything that you're doing in this area. And then taking a step back, for the veterinarians involved here, you know, we deal with those depopulation guidelines, the poultry ones for the AVMA, the swine population guidelines. I'm thinking that this is going to be good data once we get it all put together. And then we're going to move forward with, and AASD too, Dr. Hawkins, updating those depopulation guidelines. We're not talking about euthanasia guidelines, we're talking about depopulation.
Yes, exactly. Good point. I'm glad you brought that up because inert gases are already approved. And so if we can prove this method as under that inert gas umbrella versus, you know, a foam umbrella, then, you know, we're already kind of got the green light. So yeah, that's a really good point to make. Thank you.
Dave.
I just want to second the comments that Dr. Thompson had. I mean, this is one of those areas where Minnesota is really leading. I mean, there were people from all over that were here as observers. We have the nitrogen foam piece. I would say when you add it up, a very significant, probably people that would either own or influence over half the things in the United States were there. And so this is really leading work that's being done. And it's also, you know, we wouldn't even have this whole department, so to speak, without money that comes from the legislature too. So it's an important thing to support going forward. And we have pretty strongly over the last few years, and to the point where in some of the conversations I have with Commissioner Peterson, both of us sleep better at night knowing that Lucy is here. And so we've had that conversation. And she was also just,
guys.
and she was also, it's true, and she was also just a very calm, matter-of-fact voice of the department as we dealt with challenges a year ago, a little over a year ago, putting things down. And so thanks again for that.
Yeah, so if this does all pan out, if all of these, you know, these data come back and they show, you know, what we're expecting, that this is a valid method, you know, we'll be taking this to the operational level. You know, what's our throughput level look like? You know, how do we make this kind of a system where we can just deploy it and be ready to go? So I appreciate the kind words. And so we've got a lot of work ahead of us. And so I thank you all for your support.
Thank you. Okay, we are. Looks like next up is going to be African swine fever update from Dr. Brian Hoefs.
I was able to pull up the slide that Jim was referencing.
There it is. There's that fence.
Exactly.
So they moved back quite a bit of timber, trees.
Mm.
Yeah. So Gary's not here, but yeah, I assume the land clearing, all of that cost was involved in that, you know.
And it was supposedly wet. This doesn't look to be quite as wet as probably other areas, but.
Yeah, they wouldn't have been able to do it except for the trolls.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. Then we'll go ahead and move on to Brian whenever he's ready or whenever Michael queued up.
Can you see my screen, Michael?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, everyone, for inviting me to present on this. I think a lot of our previous presenters have stolen my thunder, so to speak. Every time I'd hear someone talk about African swine fever, I'd think, dang, that was part of my presentation. But in the end, I'm hoping that this presentation gives you a little bit of an overview and maybe ties a few of those details together. So without further ado, a little history on African swine fever. So just a brief history. The virus was first discovered in Kenya in 1921, and it was noticed high levels of mortalities in some European pigs that had been imported for domestic operations. At that time, it was determined that it was actually endemic in the wild swine in Africa. My picture there is of a warthog, and the spread is actually due to, in Africa anyway, is due to ticks that are on these warthogs and tend to be in the burrows that these warthogs are in. From there, we had pockets of spread across the world, and this picture will be kind of poignant when we get to our discussion of what's happening currently, especially when we look at the Caribbean and some of the countries that are or were affected back then. So the dates are back in the early 70s up to 1980 that we saw Cuba, the Dominican Republic, Haiti, and even Brazil had cases of African swine fever. Most of that was eradicated by the late 90s in those parts of the country. And that brings us up kind of to our current, our most recent outbreak, and that's the outbreak that started in 2007 in the country of Georgia. And this was suspected to have been spread by contaminated meat brought in from who knows where, Africa potentially, but who brought it in is not exactly clear. But the contaminated meat was fed as garbage to domestic pigs as well as wild boar, and that kind of tends to be the magic combination as we get into where this disease spreads and how it spreads. It's kind of the combination in other parts of the world anyway of garbage feeding and wild or feral pig populations. From there, the spread continued across eastern part of Europe and Russia. The spread through Russia is likely due to some Russian military outposts that were continuing to feed garbage to pigs, and likely that is how it got spread to China as well. There's a little debate on who spread it where. China blames Russia, Russia blames China, but this seems to be the route. So entered into the country of Georgia in 2007. So currently, we have the ASF outbreak in Europe in those countries I've listed there: Romania, Germany, Poland, Bulgaria, Latvia, Moldova, and Ukraine. So we pay particular attention to the Germany-Poland border. That's where the latest outbreaks have occurred, and until we saw it in the Western Hemisphere, that was the most westward the virus was currently. I should back up to say there was an outbreak in Belgium that was an isolated case, and they actually were able to eliminate that disease, the virus, from Belgium within a year, kind of in a unique situation. Granted, it was a very, very closed area that was affected, so it was a much easier containment process. Also, Russia is just known to have the virus. And then I've listed some of the Asian countries that are experiencing outbreaks as well. My picture there is kind of to reinforce the issue that we see in Europe, Russia, and Asia. It's the presence of wild boar and kind of the culture that surrounds that. It's hard to eliminate this disease unless you can eliminate the wild boar, and it's hard to eliminate wild boar in countries where that is still a rite of passage. It's a hunting venue that people aren't willing to give up. So this particular picture drives the point home just how close these wild boar are to urban areas. So right outside a fence. That brings us to the Dominican Republic situation. So, as I said, until this summer, we were hoping or expecting, anticipating that we were free of the disease in the Western Hemisphere. But July 28th, we had a confirmed case in the Dominican Republic. And I think Dr. Schaefbauer mentioned a little bit about this and the surveillance that was going on. And maybe it was Dr. Torrison, but quarterly surveillance was kind of the plan that was going on in the Dominican Republic. There's some suggestion that maybe the disease was there earlier than was detected. I believe originally they told us it was a sample that had been collected back in May, and then that got pushed back to April, and then some anecdotal evidence that maybe it was around as early as February. So hard to know exactly when it started, but we had a definitive diagnosis in July of this summer. At that time, 2 index cases were identified at the same time and somewhat on opposite ends of the island. So we already had some suspicions that this was going to be more widespread than just one incident. It's I'll show you a picture in the next slide of where those 2 provinces were. Another interesting thing of note was that some Haitian pigs, so pigs from Haiti, were in and around the area where the one of the index cases was diagnosed. So we don't have a lot of inroads into Haiti prior to this, and we do know that classical swine fever just exists on the island that Haiti and Dominican Republic share. So the suspicion is that Haiti is also involved, but it's curious to note that they actually have a tagging, national tagging process where Haitian pigs can be identified by their tags. One last point I wanted to make: the virus is the Georgia 2007 variant. So in reference back to when we first saw the virus expand into the country of Georgia in 2007. That's of note because there was some concern that perhaps this virus was never eliminated from the 70s when it was on the island at that time. But the genotype suggests that it is the Georgia 2007 variant, or the current variant that we see in Europe. So here's a picture of those 2 provinces. As you can see, one is right on the border with Haiti. The other one is in the middle of the Dominican Republic. And it didn't take long for the positive cases to expand. So this slide is actually of 13 provinces. I think within a couple of weeks, they had numbers up to 13 different provinces in the Dominican Republic that were positive. Dr. Schaefbauer mentioned that they're up to 14 from her reports. I actually had a report of 22 of 32 provinces are currently positive for African swine fever. So that brings us to kind of the big question: where else in the Caribbean is it? If it's in the Dominican Republic, is it also in Haiti? I think in general that's the assumption. It has not been proven. I did hear Dr. Scheer mentioned on the ASF meeting earlier this week that there were some samples, inconclusive samples or not testable samples that were sent in from Haiti. They tested positive for classical swine fever, which we already knew was there. But since then, more samples have been submitted to FADL, and we're just waiting to see what results we get from that. And I believe that was within the last 5 days, maybe even a couple days, that those samples would have been sent out. So we're still waiting to hear from that. But I list some other concerns. Cuba was one of the islands that was affected back in the 70s. South America, we had cases in Brazil back in the 70s. Our biggest concern are Puerto Rico and the U.S. Virgin Islands at this point for the reason of their U.S. territories and how does that reflect on the United States. There have been some countries that have indicated if the African swine fever is detected in any territories of the United States, they will consider the entire United States positive. And some of that's obviously politically driven to cause us to jump through some hoops. But I've got a little more information on what the U.S. is doing to kind of circumvent that or prevent that from happening. One of the big things that ends up being a threat when we talk about Puerto Rico and the Virgin Islands. So they are separated by some ocean, but certainly in close proximity to the Dominican Republic. The other concern is they have a severe feral pig problem that actually is related to Hurricane Maria was one of the incidents that caused a lot of pet pot-bellied pigs to escape and form feral pigs on the island of Puerto Rico. So here's a picture of a pig, pot-bellied pig, roaming free, and you can see the garbage it's heading for. So in some respects, people have not dealt with this feral pig situation because it's become somewhat of a garbage disposal opportunity. So we have education that needs to be done, obviously on garbage feeding, but feral pigs as well. Other threats to the United States, aside from the concern of our Puerto Rico and Virgin Island territories being affected, we have concerns about feed components coming from areas that are affected with African swine fever. This is kind of a typical picture of grain being dried in some Asian countries. So it's not uncommon for them to spread grain out on roads to dry, where we would run it through a drying system. They use Mother Nature to dry, and you can see the vegetation and proximity to nature, basically. In these countries with African swine fever and feral pigs, that's kind of a dangerous combination. Other threats that we recognize and do everything possible to mitigate are souvenirs coming from those countries. So earlier this year, there was an odd story about some cow pies that were discovered, I think, at a Washington airport. Some visitors from India had brought cow pies with because it was part of their cooking methods. So just things that we don't necessarily consider can end up being huge concerns. Wild boar parts. So people doing wild boar hunts in foreign countries, and also we're concerned about this in our southern states. Those wild boar parts are potential hazards for spreading the disease. And then obviously people traveling abroad. We need to make sure we're paying attention to what farm workers are going where and how much time they spend away from the farm before coming back. Recently, Minnesota has put some requirements in place for dogs that might be entering from countries that are affected with ASF. This has been kind of an interesting connection as well. So again, it's a cultural thing. We think of dogs as pets in our country, but other countries they're livestock. They're a food source, and they can commingle somewhat in the open markets where other livestock like pigs and live animals are being bought and sold. So we are concerned about dogs entering the United States from those countries, and in particular in Minnesota, we have put a temporary ban on that. Virus mutation is my last item there as a threat to the U.S. This has actually been proven in China. So we don't get a lot of information out of China, but we do know that there have been some laypersons, unofficial virus vaccines being developed that have actually led to mutations in the virus. It's considered illegal in China to create a vaccine for this disease, and people have still attempted it. And the unfortunate thing is it's created a mutation of African swine fever that is potentially more infectious, maybe a little less mortality, but higher morbidity. So these signs that we're hearing about are pigs huddling and fevers and kind of just listlessness, kind of, I guess I would say, generic signs of illness in pigs, and in some respects similar to some of our PRRS outbreaks that we see. So that has caused a little concern as well, that we're creating mutations that actually mimic other diseases that we might not take quite as serious as a foreign animal disease. So the approach that the U.S. has been taking, biosecurity is obviously our number one tool in preventing this from entering the U.S. So we have restrictions on imports and significant surveillance when it comes to imports. We talk about border patrol, but our airports are doing a great job of restricting pork imports and other risky kinds of things that might be coming through. The Beagle Brigade is our army in the airports that have been essential in this. If you see reports of pork products being brought in, or I think I even saw a whole pig head that was trying to be snuck in through one of our ports, the Beagles are sniffing those out and helping keep those at bay. And I think Michael had talked to our airport in Minneapolis about how surveillance is going there, and they've actually increased the Beagle patrol there to mitigate any entrance. I think Dr. Schaefbauer mentioned we have surveillance in place already. This has been since prior to the African swine fever being found in the Western Hemisphere, but we do high-risk market swine surveillance. So samples are submitted quarterly monthly, I should say. Every quarter we monitor how many samples are being sent in, but we try to target those high-risk market swine. So transitional pigs, garbage-fed pigs, those are the ones that we're most concerned about. 72-hour standstill is kind of the approach that the USDA has established for what would happen if African swine fever was found on the continental U.S. So 72-hour standstill of all live pig movement until we can figure out where the index case is and where it came from. We're working very closely with trade agreements, primarily with our North American partners. Dr. Scheer also mentioned that Canada and Mexico and the United States have been meeting. They've had a couple of meetings. A third meeting will be held in the U.S. to just sew up what needs to be done and how we will handle an African swine fever outbreak in our partner countries. The last bullet point there is the zoning or compartmentalization that Dr. Schaefbauer had alluded to earlier. So they're calling it the Foreign Animal Disease Protection Zone. And I had mentioned we have some foreign countries that have suggested if Puerto Rico or the Virgin Islands would test positive for African swine fever, they would consider the U.S. as positive as well. So the USDA is piloting this Foreign Animal Disease Protection Zone for that purpose. The idea is we want to be able to kind of draw a line around those countries that aren't physically or connected to the continental U.S. We still want to control any possibility of African swine fever getting to the islands with increased surveillance. There's patrols for illegal boat landings and that sort of thing that might be bringing garbage in that could get spread to those feral pig populations. But in general, the point of it would be if it does end up on Puerto Rico or the Virgin Islands, we would be able to identify they are isolated from the United States. We're working to get it eradicated there, but it has not reached the continental U.S. and trade can continue as it has up until that. Additional things that Minnesota is doing. So we have a robust emergency disease management committee for swine. Several subcommittees that have been meeting to determine how to proceed with an event. If it occurs here, we talk mainly about African swine fever, but foreign animal diseases in pigs in general. So we have communications that is working on messaging that would get out to producers, the general public, to veterinarians, just to make sure we are getting the right message out. Surveillance and diagnostics. We're talking about different different methods of diagnosing the disease, as well as what is our lab capacity for processing those. And Dr. Torrison alluded to that a little bit earlier. Information management, how do we determine where the disease is? How do we do our epidemiologic studies? Health, safety, and welfare. What kind of concerns do we have, not only for pigs? We witnessed this and dealt with this during our COVID depopulation episode, that in cold weather there can be safety concerns, but also welfare for pigs and workers. There's a lot of psychological damage that goes into this, and Lucy mentioned that a little bit during her discussion with the nitrogen foam, that it's psychologically preserving in some respects to the workers. Biosecurity quarantine, cleaning and disinfecting, that group is working on just exactly what their title says. So determining what needs to be done as far as disinfecting premises and even the equipment we're using for depopulation. They've done considerable research on how viruses can spread in cold weather versus warm weather depopulation. Depopulation and disposal is the committee that Lucy heads up and has been vigorously researching different methods of depopulation and disposal. Our Wildlife and Vector Control Committee has been discussing, we have the luxury, we hope, of not having feral pigs in Minnesota, but what do we do if they show up? So we do get occasional calls between myself and the DNR. Loose pigs, typically they're just one or two loose pig that just needs to be identified and brought back. But there is a concern that our neighbors to the north have a little bit more of an established feral pig situation, and we are determined to keep that to the north and developing techniques to manage that so it doesn't migrate into Minnesota. And then our regionalization committee just is set up to discuss how our how our preparations meld with others in our region. So we do a lot of work with Iowa and what their response plan would be, and discussing how we would work together in a situation where perhaps the disease doesn't make it this far north, but we want our industry to keep moving. So how can we set up regionalization to allow commerce to continue within the swine industry? We have developed a Minnesota ASF response plan that illustrates how control areas would be set up, as well as how permitted movement would be developed in a case where ASF is found in Minnesota. And then surveillance, as I had mentioned before, the cooperative agreements that we work with the USDA on African swine fever and classical swine fever has been going on since before it was found in the Western Hemisphere. So we continue to work with our federal partners on determining if it's in any of our transitional or high-risk populations. Last bullet I have there is our certified swine samplers. And this is actually a pilot program that we're pretty excited to get rolling. It's we recognize if we do have a disease event, we are limited with manpower. There are only so many swine veterinarians in the state that would be able to collect samples. So we have a pilot project that we are working with Pam Zabel, who got a NABPREP grant to develop this program. But the idea of it is to train laypersons to be certified samplers. They can collect samples under accredited veterinarian to submit to labs, so we can find the disease earlier and be able to do surveillance a little bit more quickly and more efficiently. Current research. We have vaccines that are being developed in some of our partner countries. Vietnam has been a great ally to work with on this. China works on vaccines. We don't get a lot of information on that, but there is progress towards a vaccine. And then, of course, the USDA is always working on vaccines as well. There's some promising candidates out there, but like most vaccines, it will be a couple of years before we would see anything coming from that. Research on mitigation. We working on what feed additives can be utilized to eliminate the virus or deactivate the virus in some of those products that might be coming from countries that are African swine fever positive. I highlighted C&D, cleaning and disinfecting, is kind of a hot topic right now in a lot of our ASF discussions, specifically of trucks. How are we cleaning and disinfecting, or what would that look like? How would we be able to clean and disinfect live animal trucks to make sure that we're not spreading the disease around from farm to farm? So research going into that. Into testing. Cole Hain from the University of Minnesota is part of a group that has been running different models on how testing procedures can help and speed up the detection of disease. Oral fluids in particular is a method that's fairly easy to do, but by itself it doesn't seem to be as efficient as we would like. But she's found some correlation between oral fluids and selective testing that has improved the detection with that. Availability of samplers, that's the certified sampler program I talked about. Capacity of labs, Dr. Torrison talked a little bit about that. Depopulation and disposal, Lucy gave a good overview of where things are at there. One additional one I wanted to mention that had this week is there is some work on oral contraceptives in feral swine. There's some research going on in Oklahoma to determine if they can take a little bit out of the feral swine population that they're dealing with. Aside from that research, some other projects going on. This was mentioned earlier as well, the SHIP program, or the Swine Health Improvement Program, modeled after the NPIP program for poultry. The idea is to use kind of the same methods to improve our disease traceability, biosecurity, and surveillance of African swine fever as kind of a quality control, quality assurance program for the pig industry. So that's another program that just had its inaugural meeting, and some standards voted on, and will be moving forward for a year one trial, and then move on to some resolutions that were discussed for year number 2. That is my quick update on African swine fever. I hope I left time for questions if there are any. Otherwise, I appreciate your time.
Anybody have any questions for Dr. Hoefs? Dr. Hawkins?
I've got a quick question I probably shouldn't know the answer to, but USDA put out those trainings this week that happened at 1 o'clock every day this week. Do you know if we'll be able to view those if we didn't have time to be on those calls?
Yes, they're being recorded. I believe they have the recordings available the following day. So the one that's going on right now should be available tomorrow. And I see Dr. Donahue just mentioned they are recorded as well.
Any other questions for Dr. Hoefs? Anybody have anything to comment on that? So, very good. Thank you very much. Okay, then we'll go ahead and we'll move on to H6N1 low path avian influenza update. Dr. Dale Lauer. The floor is all yours.
Fantastic. Well, good afternoon, and thank you, board members, for listening to the 4th and final presentation on H6N1. I think we've got it wrapped up, and I think that we will be kind of moving on from this. Just a couple of things before I get started. As I've mentioned several times at board meetings, this has always been an industry-led response. And so because it's not an H5 or an H7 type of influenza, or a high path avian influenza, which would be considered a foreign animal disease, the board is kind of in a support role with this whole response. And so I think that's really important, because as this event has lasted 10 months,
Obviously, there's concern by growers who were not impacted, concerned by the different broiler and the chicken industries, the layer industries, about whether they're gonna, have a situation develop there. So we've done a lot of work on this and really came to a few conclusions with it. We hired an epidemiologist to try to pull some information together. So I'm going to try to report some of those results. So at the end of the day, this is what we have with our response. The first flock was identified in October of last year in Meeker County. Since then, you can see that it has been identified in 9 Minnesota counties, and as you probably would anticipate, where the heart of our poultry production is in Candy, Ohio, Meeker, and Stearns County is where we identified the most number of flocks. 93 flocks, 70 different premises. So if you do the math there a little bit, you can see that we had some repeat flocks on some of those sites. And of course, whenever that happens, you have some real concerns with control of the virus and kind of what's going on. We also did have some breeder turkey flocks impacted, and we would consider those to be flocks or premises that would have a little bit higher biosecurity levels than some of our commercial sites, but nonetheless, they were certainly impacted as well with the virus. Fortunately, and very similar, I think, as we move forward with our surveillance programs and our testing programs with all of these influenza introductions, we've been able to have the National Veterinary Services Lab really help us out characterize these different types of viruses. And one of the things that they've been able to do, I think that even stems back to 2015 when we had our high path event, is they can characterize the virus and kind of make some projections as far as, well, do we think we had 90 introductions, or do we think we had, kind of what was the scoop? And so what they're able to tell us, number one, is that these are all North American wild bird lineage viruses. So that means we've got an introduction from wild birds someplace. But really, when they took a look at all the viruses, it looks like we only have 3 introductions. And so, as you can see in Meeker County, we had the first introduction in October. But then in December, about a month later, it seems like we had something in Meeker County as well of a same or highly similar virus. And when I go back in the records, I can tell you there were 14 flocks that were infected in between that span. And so I'm not quite sure exactly how that tracks out. And I know that Dr. Torchetti at NBSL would tell us, be very careful not to overinterpret those results. So I think we got to be a little bit careful with that. But I think that they were pretty firm with the 3rd introduction that we identified in April of this year up in Otter Tail County. So if you got your geography down, you know that that's quite a span from central Minnesota up to Otter Tail. But I think the bottom line is that, and certainly when you're looking at the data and you're looking at the information, you can tell that this continued circulation of virus was lateral spread. I mean, we've got movement from farm to farm. And unfortunately, as we were getting reports from the veterinarians in the field, and as we were continuing to get reports every week of positive flocks, we could tell that this virus was changing. I think it was changing both from a disease standpoint. Flocks were becoming, not all of them, not all the time, but sometimes we would get more reports of illnesses or clinical disease in some of these flocks. And then I think the virus became more efficient, moving flock to flock. And I think as NBSL would say on their analysis of the virus, the neuraminidase deletion that was happening as they were analyzing these different viruses was clearly an indication of this poultry adaptation. It just became more efficient as it was moving from farm to farm. So I really have to thank the national or NBSL on helping us out with these results and getting the results back to us. Okay.
Quick question, poultry adaptation or turkey adaptation?
So it would be turkey
Yeah.
So it would be adapted to turkeys, okay, so that, thank you for that correction, but I think generally, when they're looking at that, we were fortunate this time and did not get into any chicken flocks. So I guess basically our information or our data would be related to the virus circulating in turkey flocks. Thank you.
Because nobody, at least as far as we know, no other states have experienced.
Correct.
Okay.
Yep. So what did we learn? Okay, I think we learned a lot of things. You do every time you go through one of these events. I think one of the things that kind of gets lost with all of the positive results and the information that we talk about week to week is that we did prevent this from being introduced into a broiler or a layer flock. I know there was big concern because as we were watching this move from Meeker to Candy, Ohio to Stearns, then we'd have an introduction in Murray County, then we'd have it kind of moving a little bit further out west. My colleagues in some of these industries were really concerned about that, but fortunately that did not happen. I think the communication was good. I think we did a great job with surveillance. So that didn't happen in Minnesota or flocks outside of Minnesota. Okay, so I think that was something that we were able to do. I've talked already about the continued circulation of the virus and the adaptation, and really, I think for me, the bottom line is, and I think as we talk to the industry about this, we really have to take all of these influenza introductions very seriously. I think early on, when it was identified and it wasn't causing a big problem or much mortality in the field, we probably took our foot off the gas a little bit too early, and I think that potentially was an issue with our event. I know that when our epidemiologist came and did some site visits, one of the concerns that he had, and that was also expressed by some of my colleagues, were some of the carcass disposal methods, especially in some of these high density poultry counties, because with the style of production with heavy toms, rendering seems to be the carcass disposal method that works very well when there's no disease around. Unfortunately, when you've got some problems or got some issues, that oftentimes is one of the things that gets targeted. And so I think that when we look at carcass disposal methods on some of these sites, I think all the growers should really have, maybe a secondary, even if it's a temporary, but some other type of an alternate carcass disposal method, especially when your neighbor right down the road is identified as positive. And I think those are some of the things that our producers should keep in mind, and some of the things that we have talked about. And then, as you probably would expect, I think this whole topic of site-specific biosecurity is paramount with our whole event. And I think that, and I think it's hard to pin down and say exactly, how did it move from farm to farm, but certainly in our conversations, our discussion, when we talk about employee farm access, especially weekend help, you have to remember that we had COVID going on, and then we had, all you have to do is drive through the countryside and see all the help wanted signs. And so that for some of the people, some of the operations, they couldn't get anybody to work. And if they could get somebody to work, they're probably working 2 and 3 and 4 farms. I'm just saying that, not saying, pinning that down on any particular operation, but certainly that's the reality. You've got birds on the farm, they've got to be taken care of. How do you make sure that those things happen? And so the weekend help, the whole employee situation is something that certainly came to the forefront. Dead bird disposal. We also had some questions about bird movement, the equipment, the chase crews that are involved with some of the poultry operations, some of the personnel. How do you exactly track if somebody is on my farm today, and then where are they tomorrow, and then where are they the next day? how do you get those records? How do you, and that's really not our job. That's from a company standpoint. How do they track all that? And it's just difficult to do those kinds of things. And certainly there's some other things here that were mentioned as far as some issues with biosecurity, wild bird entrances, rodent and wildlife activity. So,
yeah, just a second. Wild bird entrances, are we talking right down to sparrows?
we're talking exactly. I think you've got, you got the spring and the fall. You've got nests where they're knocking down the nests and stuff. Where starlings and I mean just the different birds, that kind of thing. I think making sure that all of the entrances you have wire up against so that birds are not in. I mean, it's never perfect, but I think some of those measures, especially on that, when you're looking at some of the first farms, to make sure that you do the best job that you can with that. I think a lot of it is the knocking down the nest and making sure that that's happening. So. And then finally, kind of on our to-do list, and I think you heard that this morning a little bit with the conversation with the McGrath testing and Dr. Molgaard, was the need to develop and finalize our non-H5H7 response plan. Where do we kind of draw the line where the board is going to help up to a point? And our role, truly our role, is to make sure that those official samples, when collected, are collected properly, that we have sampled, pulled enough samples so that we can test them and that we can rule out H5 and H7. And really when that's done, then it kind of gets a little gray as far as, where we stop and start. And so I think that's something that we've talked about a lot, but I think with the industry, we really need to get that finalized. We were able to practice because we were getting a lot of data. We were able to enter some of the information into this interactive mapping program that I've showed at previous board meetings. And I think that was a real-time help for the industry as far as flocks going to market and so forth. And so I think we have to, go back to that and rethink that whole thing. I mentioned the emergency or pre-planned carcass disposal options for growers. One comment from our epidemiologist was put together a rendering working group and just try to see if there are some recommendations or there's some items that could be kind of tweaked, especially when we get into a disease event, where we get into double-digit farms. I think then we got to start looking at probably taking a little different approach. There was also a comment about getting a wildlife biologist on board for possible transmission routes real time. And I know that's always difficult to try and pull somebody out and just say, could you kind of take a look at some of the wildlife possibilities, or what are you seeing? How about the different types of species of birds around, that kind of thing. I don't know if we're going to be able to do that. I know that we just on a little different scenario, when we did have an H5 event back in 2018, 2019, it was about right around deer hunting time. And so to have a wildlife biologist go tramping around in the wild where the deer hunters were out, the biologists were not too keen on that. And so that kind of got scrapped. So I think every time it's a little individual situation. And I do think that even though we probably didn't do it quite to the extent that we wanted because of COVID and some other issues, I think it really did provide an opportunity for our case managers to have at least some training. They were able to help interview with some of the growers. We were able to input data into our database. We weren't able to do some of the site visits that we really wanted. We weren't able to really help collect the samples, but I would say that just like every company, every agency, we have lots of turnover with people retiring and moving on and so forth. And so it's always whenever you have these opportunities, it's a good time to kind of retrain, get people up to speed again, change the documents, make sure that they're accessible, that people kind of know what's going on. And so, so those are some of the things that I guess are on our to-do list kind of moving forward after our event. And with that, that's kind of all I have, and I'll entertain any questions you might.
I know in the past, we've kind of talked about some of the strains that are going around and are in the flyways, and how they kind of work their way south and then back north and eventually from east to west. Is it the H6N1 that has been fairly popular in those flyways necessarily, or not?
I really can't say. If I knew all of those answers, I probably wouldn't be talking to you, but I would say no. This is just, I think, to go back to one of my earlier points, I think whenever we have an introduction of an influenza, other than like an H1 or an H3 that typically we see in some of our, the swine herds, that whenever we have one of these others, it really is a wild card as far as whether it's going to be a problem or not. And so to that point, taking all of those introductions very seriously, because every year it's different. This fall, I mean, we're headed right into the fall migratory season. So now it could be potentially another H6, but it could be, I really have no idea. So it's a very, go ahead, Beth.
Do you know what I'm going to say, Dr. Lauer?
No, you're going to tell me.
So it seems to me, I remember, and I can't remember what month it was in 2020, but there was some concern about the fact that there wasn't funding going out on a federal level for wildlife surveillance, right? Am I wrong about that?
You're right.
And so
You're right.
when Dr. Lauer says we don't know what's out there, I think you have to dig a little bit more than usual. I mean, we are very fortunate. We've got Dr. Donahue and people like that in the state who take time to dig and try to find out what's going on out there. But that information isn't readily available. And I think part of it is some of that surveillance isn't being done on the wildlife side. So, yeah.
And then I think some of the surveillance happens maybe on the East Coast,
Yep,
or maybe
that's
it happens on the West Coast, and you look at the Mississippi flyway through, of course, we're concerned, but of course our colleagues south of us, and as the industry expands, I think all of us in the Midwest are concerned about that because the surveillance just simply isn't there. So.
Anybody else have any questions for Dr. Lauer? Where did this come out of a particular flow, would you say, or that it was so persistent? Was there anything that maybe you can't see anything?
Well, I think what one of my biggest concerns was that it kind of carried over into the new year. So it went from an October, and I thought we kind of had it kind of squashed by about January, but we never really got it pounded out. And then as it continued in these turkey flocks and it became more adaptable, and I really think that despite all of our best efforts, we really could not track or pinpoint how it was moving from flock to flock. And believe you me, through the McRock lab with all the samples they were testing in the weekly and daily meetings that some of the companies were having, there may be some suggestions or maybe some things you might think about, but I don't think we could really pin it down. That's probably what bothered me the most, that we couldn't get her shut down by the first of the year. That I thought was a kind of a big issue. To that point, not taking it serious enough, because there were comments from the field after a while like, well, you're starting to treat this like high path AI. And you know what? Maybe sometimes you need to. So.
Thank you. All right, looks like we are down to Minnesota Department of Health update from Dr. Joni Scheftel. Welcome.
Hi, everybody. Thank you. Appreciate it. Tell me when you can see my screen.
Screen.
All right, thank you. I appreciate being here, and I'm sorry I'm last. I mean, I'm sorry that you have to, I'm sure you're all really tired. This has been a very, very good meeting. I'm really good at, we've been doing some other stuff besides COVID. We've had a really interesting outbreak of Brucella melitensis, which is one of the most pathogenic and virulent brucellosis diseases of people. You get it from basically from goats and from unpasteurized goat milk products. And somebody from Minnesota went to Mexico, visited family, brought back a cooler full of homemade goat cheese. And we've had 10 different extended family and friends come down with brucellosis, which is a really serious disease. Also, it's the most, of all the bacteria, it's the most likely to cause laboratory exposures where laboratorians get sick. And we've had 5 different laboratories handling these samples from these folks come down with brucellosis. No, I shouldn't say that. They have to be monitored, and some of them on antibiotics. But anyway, I came to talk about COVID because that's all we've really got going. This is a number of cases over time, and these are just PCR tests, confirmed cases. We're having a pretty big surge. Daily cases are up 20 times from early July, where we were having fewer than 100 cases a day. Today we had 2,736 cases that don't show on this, but that's close to up here. And almost all of this is Delta variant. And we currently have 300 people. That's wrong. I'm sorry. We currently have, the number's leaving me. We have more people in the hospitals. I'm not going to give you a number than we did during this earlier spring surge. And in the last week, we've had a 28-year-old, a 37-year-old, and a 47-year-old, all healthy with no underlying conditions, die of COVID. So we are seeing deaths in every age group. We had a 58-year-old with underlying conditions die this week also. So cases are up, hospitalizations are up, deaths are up. People want to know about the fair. We can't really give you a good number on how many people got infected at the state fair because only about 25% of people will answer their phone now when we call. So with that, people either don't answer their phone or they hang up on us. About 25% of people allow us to interview them after they've tested positive for COVID. So that with that in mind, we've had 153 cases whose most likely exposure was the state fair, 148 patrons, 5 of the workers, 4 people hospitalized people from ages 0 to 88 years or less than 1 year to 88 years. Almost none of these folks are vaccinated, in case you have a question. We have 50 schools with outbreaks. Now we have school nurses telling us that they're being told if they report cases to MDH, they'll be fired. So you can see that we have a crisis in both the disease and our ability to do anything about it. So, and I know that it's getting late and you want to go home, so I won't go really into this. This slide is about how the Delta variant is different from the previous Alpha variant that we dealt with. Mostly it's just it's much more transmissible and the incubation period is much shorter. More children are being hospitalized. We're not really sure if that's because more children are being exposed or if it really is more severe in children. It's definitely has a higher hospitalization rate in adults than the previous strains did. Okay, so this is looking at counties, the case incidence in Minnesota counties, meaning the number of people who got sick per 100,000 population in the last month. And so you can see where this is most of the activity in the last month. The county leading the pack is Pennington County. And so what this number means as an incidence rate is that in the last month, 2 out of every 100 people who live in Pennington County has tested positive for the virus. And again, this is just PCR tests. None of these counties that are at the top of the list of affected counties are metro counties. So again, this is becoming more of a greater Minnesota issue. This is just a look at Pennington County. Kind of a little bit heartbreaking. They had 0 cases here at the end of June into July. And now this is this Delta surge with more cases than they had in, early spring. We are getting people vaccinated. When this people here means all people, including children under 12, so this is all people, including people who can't be vaccinated. We've now vaccinated 57% of the state fully and 60% with 1 vaccine dose. About 94% of people who get their first dose complete complete their series. So that's really good. That 91% of people 65 plus, 75% of people 50 to 64 with 1 dose, 72% of people 16 plus with 1 dose, and 52% of our kids 12 to 15 years old with 1 dose. We've given 6.3 million doses in Minnesota with no serious consequences. There's finally a study to show why you should be vaccinated even if you've already had COVID. So this study was controlled. There were 2 groups. Both groups were tested positive for COVID in 2020. One of the groups got vaccinated after they were positive and one didn't. And the researchers found that Kentucky residents who had COVID and were not subsequently vaccinated had 2.3 times the odds of reinfection compared with those who are fully vaccinated after COVID infection. So we finally have evidence showing that even if you've had COVID before, vaccinating helps you avoid a subsequent infection. Why is this? Well, some people who have COVID will be just as fully immune as vaccinated people, but some will not. Some people make antibodies after natural infection that are not protective, or at least fully protective, and they're still susceptible to reinfection. And only tests for neutralizing antibody can tell the difference. The regular antibody tests out there don't test for the antibodies that can actually kill the virus. They test for any antibodies. So that there's no way to tell if you're one of those folks or not. So we really do recommend, even if you've had the disease, that you be vaccinated. There's also lots of evidence coming out that even with COVID, this is Los Angeles, not Louisiana, even with COVID, with the Delta variant, that being vaccinated is very, very helpful. So this top graph is cases, number of cases per 100,000. And it shows that if you're unvaccinated since July when Delta hit, there's a lot of cases. If you're vaccinated, it's not as good as it used to be before Delta hit, but it's still really, really good. Here's hospitalization showing that if you're not vaccinated, and you get Delta, you're much more likely to go to the hospital. It's a little bit worse with Delta if you're vaccinated, but by and large, vaccination keeps you out of the hospital. 95% of our hospitalized patients are unvaccinated. So there was another question that people had about this Delta variant is, if you test positive, are you really infectious to other people, or you just have dead virus particles in your nose? Because as you know, the PCR tests for the virus, but it can't tell if the virus is viable or not, or able to infect. So this study looked at 161 healthcare workers, that's what this is, who tested positive for COVID. And they looked at them to see if the viruses that they had in their nose were able to infect others. And 69% of vaccinated healthcare workers were positive for infectious virus, compared to 85% of unvaccinated healthcare workers. So again, all of these people tested positive. So we're not looking at your differential risk of getting COVID. We're looking at your differential risk of being able to infect other people. So if you are vaccinated and exposed to COVID, you are less likely to be contagious than unvaccinated people, but it's not absolute. So just kind of as a conclusion, vaccines do continue to be effective on the individual level, even with Delta. They keep you out of the hospital and really out of the ICU, and they keep you from dying. And they're continuing to be helpful on a population level, though it's not a panacea. Vaccinated people play a smaller role in the transmission chain than unvaccinated people. Fewer vaccinated people are contagious, and then it's for less time than unvaccinated people, about 6 days versus 16 days. And this is one of those things that really is difficult because when the news came out that vaccinated people could transmit to others, it was rapidly spread in social media that it was kind of equal if you were vaccinated or unvaccinated, so why get vaccinated? But that is totally not true. Vaccinated people are less likely to get it at all, and if they do, while they can transmit it to other people, which wasn't true before Delta, it's still less of an issue than with unvaccinated people. Okay, here's the federal mandate deal. This is brand new. The federal mandate that companies with more than 100 people have to mandate vaccinations for their employees or weekly testing. That program will, thank the Lord, not be administered by the health department. It will be administered by OSHA. And I've heard already from our Department of Labor and Industry that Minnesota OSHA intends to adopt the federal standard. The standard isn't even out yet. It will be out in 7 to 10 days. No one knows exactly what it will even say. But I can tell you that in Minnesota, businesses are responsible for arranging and paying for employee surveillance testing. This has been true since the beginning of the pandemic. So this is a cost for business, and I think it's purposely that way, I think, to put pressure on businesses, to put pressure on their employees to get vaccinated. Because vaccine is free in the state. Surveillance testing isn't. Although, you can order a test yourself from Vault and get, and be tested. And so smaller companies can ask all their employees to just order their own tests and then help them get the testing done. But, it's definitely going to be a hassle and a half. And I believe that it was actually set up to be that way. We do already have an uptick in companies asking for vaccine events. These are often organized and paid for by the county with state money. So if you are associated with a company that wants a vaccine event for your employees, even if it's a second event or third event, contact your county public health director. And that's who can tell you whether they can organize that or not. Yes, it's true. I'm sorry. And can you see this fly on my screen? I can't tell. Thank you. I'd be happy to answer questions.
Okay.
Okay. Hi, everybody. I see a question. Are there any updates on when those younger than 12 may be eligible to receive the vaccine? We think by the end of the year, but there's nothing solid.
I'm sure they have to figure out dosing for that, I would guess. Is that the big?
Yes,
Okay.
that's one reason that this is taking a little longer than it did for adults, and that is that there's a question of dose. And I heard through the grapevine that perhaps the dose for children will be a little bit less.
As far as
age cutoff would be. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
As far as the vaccines, it doesn't really much matter what vaccine. They all seem to be equally effective, close to being equally effective. Your thoughts?
Yeah, now most of the data is honestly on the mRNA vaccines, and most of the data is on Pfizer. But even Johnson & Johnson seems, all three of them are keeping people out of the hospital with this Delta variant.
Anybody else have any question or comment?
Any comments on the booster, Dr. Scheftel? Okay. I mean, up to you to answer that.
Yeah, no, it's a political question. And the the political answer from the federal government will probably be yes, but I don't know, I don't know what will really happen with that.
So get your flu shot and don't bother to wait around for the clearance to get the two together.
Correct. Yeah.
Yeah, that doesn't hurt that bad anyways. Any other comments or questions? Thank you, Dr. Scheftel.
Thanks, everybody. And I had said this when I got, when y'all froze, which is thank you for all you all do. I really appreciate the work that you do, and keep on going. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Joni.
Looks like we're getting kind of to the end here. Before we adjourn, Peggy asked just to make a few comments, I guess.
Yeah, I just kind of have a personal statement that I've written down so I don't get off track and get my point across. And what I want to do is I want to express my support for Chairman Dean Compart and my disappointment in the members of the Minnesota legislature that called for his resignation earlier this year. I reached out to my representative, Todd Lippert, and found he was told some fairly one-sided point of view. And I reminded him that the legislature dictates the rulemaking process. The board of directors cannot influence that rulemaking process, and that we are only allowed, we can't be part of this process and then vote on the rule itself. The staff is following the process, and the step that involves the board of directors had not even been reached. Also a reminder that we are volunteers as board members here. Again, I want to express my support for Chairman Dean Compart. I appreciate his leadership and just want to say personally, thank you for all the work that you do in this position of the Board of Animal Health.
Thank you, appreciate that.
I wanted it in the record.
Thank you. That was a surprise. Okay, I guess with that, I don't know that we have anything else. Not, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
Set the next date of the board.
Oh, that's right.
We'll probably do that, that would make sense. December, yeah.
Yep, what's about the second Wednesday in December?
We can probably get to it sooner than I can. I can do that.
Second Wednesday.
The 8th, second Wednesday. You want to do the 3rd, or is that too?
Maybe get close to the holiday.
Doesn't matter to me.
This is Erica Swatsky. I'm hearing December 8th. I just thought I'd chime in that date would work for me.
Dr. Fox, how does that work for you?
I'm just checking. I believe so. It's looking good on my calendar. Yep.
You go back to trip it in.
I'm good.
I think that should be good for me too, so.
Good.
Okay, thank you for bringing that up. Thanks, Dr. Glaser. Okay, so December 8th, and we're probably looking to go out to one of our new directors, perhaps Northfield maybe?
I'll see what I can do.
Okay.
And just so you know, we'll pick the spot and everything like
Right,
that.
you don't need some venue close, but you're saying that
Maybe a cooler or something like that.
and give you guys give everyone a tour, everyone who shows up.
Okay, I guess with that, I would entertain a motion to adjourn. I move to adjourn. Jim Butts moves.
I'll second it.
Peggy seconds it. Any discussion? Hearing none. We'll proceed to vote. Erica? Erica? Dr. Fox, yea or nay?
Yep. Yes. Yes. That's how I say yay now.
Jim Botts? Peggy?
Yes.
And myself is yes, so the meeting is adjourned. Travel safe.